Mm. 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 Let's do it, baby. Elizabeth. How are you? Pleasure to meet you.
Good. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank God. Just did a podcast earlier today, and excited to meet with you as well.
Very nice. I have a couple quick questions. First of all, what are your pronouns?
They them if possible.
Yes, absolutely. And then these are just curiosity questions. How did you hear about the podcast?
Great question. I believe I was going through um, podcasts on Google, perhaps that had open invitations to individuals, and I think I saw that you had your email posted in the description of your podcast, and just thought, okay, well, let's this one sounds interesting, and sent you an email.
Awesome. Did you listen to any episodes or did you just jump into it?
Uh, I had an opportunity to listen shortly to one of the episodes, but generally wanted to go into it with a clear understanding, or pardon me, clear with no with little or no understanding, and just be open to anything you want to discuss.
Yeah, very cool. Thanks for catering me. This is Ampersand, my assistant.
Hello.
He will probably simmer down in a little bit, but when I start recording, he likes to jump in and show off. So,
Excellent.
um, yeah, so this is super casual. I'll just kind of ask you some broad questions. I'll have you start off with like introducing yourself and if you're comfortable, like your background and faith and how that came about. Um, I don't, I'm not, most of my listeners are um, sort of like me from Montana and Oregon, don't have a lot of like spirituality experience, or if it is mostly Christianity. So anything you're willing to share about like how you became like a rabbi, or you know, I guess specifically how Judaism plays into what you do, that would be great. But again, it's just sort of whatever you're comfortable with, however much or little you want to share. Um, and then I'll kind of give you the floor to talk about like the intersection between spirituality and technology. And I love reading your bio. I just kind of want to give you space to share whatever comes to mind. I'm sure I'll have questions throughout. Um, and then we'll just kind of go and see how the conversation goes in terms of time. And once we're done, we'll do like after I hit stop recording, we'll do like a quick debrief. And then if you'd like, I can send you the videos. This won't be airing until September, so you're welcome to use it however you want. This is just like a hobby for me, so I'm not particularly like particular, I guess, about how things are used. Do you have any questions before we get started?
Um, well, I would just like to ask if it's okay. I'm also very much a futurist as well, so I have a list of topics that I'm passionate about. So I'd love to talk about religion, certainly, but also perhaps we might be able to touch on topics like I think that are very interesting mega projects like a Bering Strait tunnel, basically connecting Asia to North America, the idea of perhaps a tunnel or a bridge of like the Strait of Gibraltar, and other like really large infrastructure projects I love to discuss. And then additionally, I am an author, and there are some subjects that I write about regularly, and they're about I think probably um, your audience may find interesting. They're about many of the everyday issues that people are encountering, in addition to what I talk about, like ending world hunger and ending world thirst, and and ensuring that we have as many people on Earth as can be literate. It's other things like cell phone battery lifespans and efficiency when it comes to technology. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk about those kind of topics as well.
Absolutely. And I will try to remember, but if I don't, be sure to plug like your books and just anything that you're working on that you want to share with people. I'll also like whatever links you send me, I can show and throw in the show notes. So I just want to make sure you have an opportunity to throw anything um, that you'd
Excellent.
like to do that. But yeah, conversation want to talk about. And yeah, I do a lot of editing. So if you say something you're like, oh, I wish I hadn't said that, like just let me know and I can cut it out. And then I will, after it's done being edited, send you a link so you can listen to it ahead of time and request edits and stuff. Um, yeah, I just want this to be a pleasant experience for everybody.
Excellent. Well, it already has been thus far, and I
Oh,
look
good.
forward to the conversation.
Thanks. And I like your shirt, by the way. What does it say next to Sonic?
Oh yes, so it this is a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. It's Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, and Eno. And if you're like, what is that? Um, so I years ago, about 3 years ago, um, would be in Twitter Spaces. I don't know if you're familiar with Twitter Spaces, but they're like audio spaces on Twitter. And this is basically the center of cryptocurrency. And I was unaware of this. I was just promoting myself and my project. And people would hear me talk about futurism and they found it fascinating. And they said, Rabbi, we have to have you in our community. And I was like, okay, I don't really know that much about what you're discussing, but sure. And so I started live streaming my life in this cryptocurrency Telegram, and I've been doing it for more than 3 years. And they sponsor all of my merchandise and such. So the name of the cryptocurrency is Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penny. If you think that's a long name, that's kind of part of its cachet that has a really long name, and it's worth tens of millions of dollars. So it's one of these things that has become kind of a very serious joke. So I do wear the merchandise as much as possible.
Very nice. Oh, and last thing, sorry, I haven't done an interview in like almost a year because I did them all like over the summer. I might mute and unmute myself as you're talking. It's just because I have dogs and cats and background noise. So if I unmute while you're talking, you can just keep talking. Don't worry about it.
Absolutely. And I saw that you said that the conversation could go from like 30 minutes to 2 hours. Uh, I can talk. I have a lot to talk about. So um, if at any point you have a question or you want to interject, please do. But just know that when people let me go, I'll talk, about what I do because I am passionate about it. So I did want to make you aware that if it seems like I'm covering a lot, because I'm really happy to have the opportunity to be able to talk in long form. I've done some podcasts recently, uh, and I've got to say they've been wonderful. The podcast that I've done, though the format originally was going to be 30 minutes, and the podcast host liked me so much that they wanted to have me on for like a series. So I just finished one 5 weeks in a row last week with an Australian podcast host, but those are like 30 minutes each or so. And then this morning I did one 4 weeks in a row. And those were like 30 minutes, but they've been like cut up. So the fact that this is an extended opportunity to talk, just know I find it refreshing. And so if I do go in depth on some of the subjects, it's because I'm excited to have that opportunity.
Yeah, and if we're not able to cover everything you want to cover today, we can definitely do have you back on. The 30 minutes is usually every once in a while I get somebody who like it's usually because I like haven't eaten, which is why I like made sure to make time to eat. But like we just don't quite connect, and so it's almost kind of like pulling teeth on each other's ends. So sometimes they're a little bit shorter, but then yeah, other times we have super engaging conversations where we just have a lot to share. So I like the flexibility in that. So
Excellent.
um, yeah, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and okay. Recording in progress. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Talking Shit About. I'm here today with Rabbi Rothschild, and we are going to be talking about spirituality and technology and just all sorts of really cool, interesting things. So I'm going to give the floor to them so they can introduce themselves and what they do, and maybe if they're comfortable sharing how they got to where they're at today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, Elizabeth. Thank you to your audience. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. As you said earlier, Elizabeth, I am a rabbi. Rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. I am an Orthodox rabbi, which live streaming my life is certainly unique. Throughout this process, I didn't begin as a streamer. Prior to the pandemic, I was your classic Orthodox Jew, black hat, going to synagogue 3 times a day. Um, I would attend classes in uh, both Chumash or Torah and Gemara, Talmud, Hebrew, and really lived my life off of social media. However, when the pandemic occurred, many of my classes and our services within my Orthodox community went online. And this changed my life drastically because I became much more comfortable being on camera. Additionally, as a career, I'm, in addition to being a rabbi, a um, certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and additionally have had major contracts with Fortune 100 organizations. And my role as a certified project management professional also went online remotely when the pandemic ensued. So those aspects of my life where I was generally never on camera, really didn't do any social media, uh, drastically changed during the pandemic. And I went from being never on camera generally to being on camera anywhere from 8 to 12 to 14 hours a day. And that anxiety that I think a lot of people have of sharing so much of their life with the world slowly left me. And I became more comfortable on camera. And I recognized during this time, I was in the process of becoming a rabbi, that I wanted to do something with my life to improve the world. And sure, I could go work at a kashrut organization or a kosher certification agency, or I could be a congregational rabbi. I know rabbis who are certainly involved in both and in other aspects of life, and I had the opportunity to perhaps impact the world in a way that I felt uh, I could make a gift. And so during the pandemic, after work, working as a certified project management professional, I found that my normal classes that I was would attend in person had all gone virtual, and it freed up some time in my day. And I would, after work, hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, to be honest. And I began recording my golf swing on camera. And I noticed that I would say some funny things on camera, just maybe I'd slice the ball or top the ball or hook the ball. And I would just make some little jokes. And I thought, you know what? God willing, someday I'd like to have a family. And if I do, they might want to know what their dear old dad was doing during the pandemic, and just how what he was like before they were even a glimmer in his eye. So I began uploading the camera footage onto Google, my Google Drive, every single night, and it was taking me a long time, and I was also getting throttled. So I found that, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I said to myself, I want to share my life with the world, and I want to do it better than any person had ever done it in global history. So I began to purchase different devices, including like 33 total devices and handheld devices, tablets, laptops, Chromebooks, you name it, I've got it. And I put them all around myself and basically began my live streaming journey. And I do my best to maintain as orthodox a lifestyle as I can every morning, well, 6 days a week aside from Shabbat. I don tefillin, these black boxes that uh, your audience may be familiar with if they know any Orthodox Jewish men. Additionally, I teach a Kabbalah class for at least an hour per day, and that's something that I've been doing for more 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 than this calendar year, and that's been a new addition. Additionally, I say blessings on food. Certainly have all of my blessings and prayer on camera, and want to just give the world a portal into the life of a religious individual who is also very conscious about the world and peace, and peace is a motivation. And so, for anyone out there who may not be Jewish, may not be an Orthodox Jew, they should know that my streams are for them as well as they are for the Orthodox world. I want to unite people, and I do my best on the streams to talk about things that unite us as a people more than that which divides us. We are 99% the same DNA, actually, more than 99.9%, all the same DNA. And there's a lot that unites us as a species than that which divides us. And I do my best on a daily basis in my conversations, both religious conversations and non religious conversations, to be as inclusive as possible and focus on that which unites us as a people.
That's great. And admirable that, you make yourself accessible to everybody regardless of faith. I'm curious what sort of the response has been to, I guess, specifically the live streams, in both like Jewish spaces, but also just like your audience in general.
Yeah, so I am in many Discords. Discord's usually the easiest way that people can connect with me. And in the Jewish Discords in which I am, especially the Israeli Discords, the response has been extremely positive, as has the response generally of everyone with whom I encounter anywhere on the internet. It's been very positive. People like to recognize that we're all not that different, that we all sleep, that we all eat, that we all drink, that we laugh, we cry, we all just want to be comfortable generally and happy in life, no matter what your faith is, no matter what your background is. And I think that from a Jewish perspective, people really like the ability to be able to connect with a rabbi whenever they want. Um, I answer classic questions on halakha, that's Jewish law, in my Discord. We additionally will review topics on Talmud. I have a podcast going on Talmud 24 hours a day. So even when I'm asleep, people can learn while watching my streams. Um, in addition, we watch Kabbalistic documentaries. We review Yiddish and Hebrew and Aramaic, and I do my best to give the the stream um, a Jewish flair, but additionally, it is open to everyone. So from the non-Jewish world, generally, it's been extremely positive as well. With any project like this, where you are open to so many different audiences, you will get some negativity, but it's really nothing that I've done personally. I treat people with respect. I do my best to ensure that all sides are on matters are discussed as best as I can. I maintain neutrality, especially in terms of things like politics. I do my best to not necessarily get too involved with it. Um, I personally am someone who does my best to avoid those types of conflicts. And in terms of religion, I think overall people find it refreshing that there's someone out there, a religious leader you can watch whenever you want. They teach classes, they'll answer your questions. It's really quite an interesting endeavor, and I really would like to do this for the rest of my life. I'd like to have at least some way of having people to be able to connect with me 24 hours a day whenever they want. And if I'm asleep or something like that, perhaps I can't answer them immediately, but I do have a section within my Discord and within my other platforms where you can send me a message. And as soon as I'm conscious and able, I answer every single question. And so overall, from a religious standpoint, from a Jewish standpoint, people are very positive towards it, as well as non-Jews.
And you mentioned peace, and then we
Absolutely. So I am a futurist. I'm someone who has transhuman philosophies, and so when I talk about peace in perhaps the upcoming centuries, it may be something that you, Elizabeth, or I may actually be able to experience. So I see this as a real challenge in my life, and not just something that hopefully future generations have the opportunity to be able to experience. And when I talk about peace, really what I'm talking about is at the ground level, you don't put your hands on me and I don't put my hands on you without consent. That's basically what we're talking about, treating others the way that you want to be treated. And for much of the, or perhaps the entirety of human civilization, there have been certain groups and perhaps entities that have found peace on Earth to be a challenge. And I am someone who wants people to know that I'm a leader in speaking about peace. My live streaming 24/7 gives me the opportunity to talk about the subjects that are preventing us from peace and using technology to perhaps be able to bridge some of these gaps. So for instance, many of the issues that prevent us from peace are things like world hunger, world thirst. I'm an advocate for using technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding to perhaps end world hunger, ending world thirst. I'm part of a sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email. It's a very long name, but something that we do is we build wells in developing nations, wells and water towers. And I feel like that this type of a platform gives me the opportunity to be able to give more publicity and more of a spotlight to these types of projects. Additionally, an advocate for the LifeStar program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If we're able to feed humanity and essentially quench humanity's thirst, that is a huge step in the right direction towards peace because that helps to avoid some resource scarcity that occurs. And additionally, I call upon the military industrial complex that exists, companies, and I'm not afraid to name them, like Lockheed Martin and perhaps Boeing and um, perhaps Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, L3, Northrop Grumman, to recognize that they have an extremely valuable opportunity to transition their factories that may perhaps be creating weapons of war into weapons of peace or really machines of peace. Things like robots that can mine for humans so that we no longer have to put ourselves in danger, or drones that can pick crops for us so that we no longer have to struggle in the hot sun of the afternoon. These types of technologies are available, and I call upon the the major defense contractors of the world to recognize there's an extremely excellent opportunity to still make a lot of money, still make a lot of profits, but transition their their um, their their profit strategies into that which aids humanity. I am a student of history, and if you study history, you recognize that countries that have explored in the past generally do so when they have peace at home. They don't go exploring. They don't have colonies. They don't uh, go to the ends of their known world when they have civil wars or civil unrest. It's too difficult to do so. And I use that analogy in the same way as Earth, that we aren't going to be able to get off planet and explore and perhaps terraform other planets in the near future while we have war at home. And it's an inevitability that eventually we will either destroy our own planet or we will find peace so that we can eventually begin space exploration in a real manner and perhaps in the inner solar system, perhaps the outer solar system, perhaps interstellar travel and terraforming of other planetary bodies. But we can't begin to have those types of discussions while we have wars at home. And so I call on not just the leaders of the world, but the United Nations, that we need to transition our discussions from that which divides us to that which unites us. and come up with real plans how we can end wars globally and essentially stick to that type of behavior in the far future. I think the United Nations has an incredibly important role in the peace process and really doesn't advocate for peace as much as I wish that they would. And I don't think that they market themselves as well as they could. Very few people know the UN Secretary of General's name currently or the previous. And it's really an issue I feel that was once discussed quite often. Peace during the 1960s was discussed quite often. There's the John Lennon lyric, "All we are saying is give peace a chance," and I agree with that lyric. John Lennon and Yoko Ono did something in um, decades ago called the bed-ins for peace, where they actually stayed in their bed for weeks, once in Amsterdam and once in Quebec, and all they did was advocate for peace. And while I do go outside and I do IRL streaming, much of my stream takes place in a similar manner. And just as their bed-in gave them the platform to be able to promote peace, my streams give me the opportunity to promote peace. And while I can't guarantee to anyone out there that I can make peace occur, what I can say is I'm doing everything that I can from a single individual's perspective to promote peace into the egregore, into the zeitgeist of humanity. And I want other people to share in the mission of peace. Peace has to begin somewhere, and so I'm doing my best to at least be the rock in the pond that starts the ripple to have perhaps be able to spread it.
Thank you. Um, and it sounds like, you're trying to use like social media and our current technology for what I would say is good. Um, and I'm curious if you feel that technology at the same time, and I guess I'm speaking more specifically of social media, is negatively impacting the way that we interact and how we view, other parts of the world and such.
Absolutely. Social media tends to show us polarized results. It shows us what is going to get the most amount of interactions or the most amount of clicks, and it also sets us up sometimes for to be pranked. It can set us up for propaganda, and it's really, I feel, poorly led and poorly managed. In terms of things that you're going to see on your feed on TikTok or Instagram, generally it goes by the old news adage: if it bleeds, it leads. The idea that if it causes a reaction from someone, it is going to uh, perhaps get a lot of interaction. So it will, these social media platforms tend to promote things that they find will either scare people or shock people. There's a lot of shock value in these things, and also the way that they pay their creators many times is who can get the most amount of interaction. So instead of someone, let's just say we're looking at a picture of a park, and someone who just took a picture of a park, and they say, "I just took this picture. I think it's really nice. I hope you do too." Something positive like that they notice will not get as many interactions as if they just leave it open ended and take a picture of a park and say, "What do you notice?" Well, then they generate all kinds of false interaction, and people go into their comments and they're naming things that aren't relevant. And the idea of social media has completely changed the way that we communicate and express ourselves. And people are so motivated by beating their previous mark on social media in terms of likes and comments and reposts or whatever it may be. And the algorithm, in many ways, harms our ways of uh, uniting and connecting. Uh, Basically, the algorithm pushes certain agenda that pushes advertisers, it pushes political or views, it pushes social views, and I'm old enough to remember when social media started, we didn't have algorithms. It was chronological. You would see what your friends had posted chronologically. You could go back and see exactly what it was. And little by little, different things would maybe be added to your feed, but it wasn't like it is today, where you really many times rarely see what people you know, or people that things that you, in which you may be interested, and things are pushed on you for one reason or another. And I think this is done purposefully, and I'd like to see it uh, uh, basically social media change to the point where it goes back to a system where you can mm, really organize your feed the way that you want. I'm a major advocate for things like filters in your feed and just everywhere on the internet. Being able to find relevant information that is of interest to you, and not something that some large technocracy or corporation uh, thinks that you should be in which you should be interested. And I'm a major advocate for things like being able to mute posts, or don't show me this again, or those types of options. I feel are very of extreme value in social media, and I'd like to see more of those things. I'm an advocate for really as many options as we can get within social media, and the way that social media currently is uh, fed to us is in short snippets. It's as much shock value as possible. It's for people with short attention spans, and not all of us have short attention spans. Some of us want more content, or want to be able to digest things in an easier manner. Some of us want more relevant information towards us. Some of us want to avoid perhaps advertising, or um, things that may be artificially generated to impact us. And I feel as a user, I should have the opportunity to be able to filter these types of things and organize the information that I'm seeing in as best a way as possible. And especially with AI today, AI very quickly can learn what I like and what I don't like, and can give me can make social media work for me, as opposed to me having to work through whatever it wants to feed me. So part of my stream, and we'll talk a little later about some of the things for which I advocate in terms of technology, are getting your algorithm back, making your algorithm yours, and not someone else's.
Yeah, that's great. I barely use Facebook anymore because the algorithm is so out of whack, and it's always showing me the same like five people, and they're not even people that they're people that I've met like once or twice, and I like them. I like things they post, but like I miss when like friends drop albums or somebody gets married or something that like I really want to know about, and I just don't get that. I miss MySpace so much. Um, I do and I don't. Um, I about a year, actually a little over a year ago, a friend texted me and was like, "Do you remember Neopets?" And I was like, "Of course I remember Neopets." And it prompted me to make a new account because it's still going.
Oh wow,
Um, and you don't deal with like necessarily any algorithms in it. It's pretty, in general, pretty much the same as it was in like the late '90s, early 2000s. You have your discussion boards, you can message people, um, create pixels, all that jazz. And that's been great for stopping the doom scrolling.
yes,
Um, but yeah, I would love to hear what platforms like you utilize, and if you're down to kind of talk about bringing the algorithm back to where you want it to be. We talked a little bit about that. Let's see, that was March's episode. It was about like classical music and the algorithms, because like when I hear algorithm, like my hackles go up and I'm like, like I have this negative connotation. But as Charlie mentioned in that interview, and as I imagine we're going to get into now, it doesn't have to be this negative thing. Like we can harness it and make it something more positive. So I'll leave,
absolutely. So
leave it to you.
the platforms in which you can find me, I'm on every major platform in mass. I like to say I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. Again, I'm the most archived individual in global history, and perhaps have more familiarity with the world of social media than many people uh, ever. And I am someone who remembers the early days of MySpace, and and certainly Facebook. I was a user of Facebook in its first year. Mark Zuckerberg and I were Facebook friends even before he anybody knew who he was. We are were mutual friends on the the early app. And for anybody out there who remembers, it wasn't an app; it was a website, and it wasn't called Facebook.com. It was called thefacebook.com. For anyone who can remember back that far. And this was a time when you only had one picture. There were no albums. There were no there was no marketplace. There was no Facebook dating. I believe maybe you might have had groups at some point, but it was the very early days, and it was really innocent and really beautiful because it was a way where, I mean, the way that I used it, if I met somebody at a party and perhaps didn't have the opportunity to exchange telephone numbers with them, this is a great way to be able to connect with them and continue friendships up until this day. When they ever posted anything, it was in a chronological list. I could go through it and see those people who with whom I had close association and what was going on in their lives. And slowly but surely, Facebook offered albums, and that was wonderful. Then you got to see people's vacation pictures and have mutual friends, and when you go to parties or um, events or whatever vacations, whatever it would be, you could be able to share that with the world. And it was still quite innocent then. But then around 2010 to 2012, the monetization aspect of Facebook in particular really took over. And you started to see the algorithm take over, and Facebook's acquisition of Instagram took over, and things like promoted posts and sponsored content and these types of strategies were being used and manipulated, that which we were seeing as individuals. And I long for a day that I could change my algorithm to go back to chronological. I want to see in order of everybody who I follow exactly what happened. If I find something to not be as relevant, I can say, show me less of this or show me more of this, or I really like this and like it. And then perhaps I won't miss the things that are important, just like you stated that you missed that somebody got married or you missed that somebody had a child because you're seeing someone else who you barely know or maybe didn't even meet at some point, or you mutually connected with them somehow, and they are promoting a clothing line or something that's not relevant to you, or a new product that's not relevant to you. You want to get back to the people and less the products, and I feel that that should be an option to people, and that's why I'm such a huge advocate for filters, um, in all aspects, not just your feed, but in for instance, Google allows you to search things that were maybe like 24 hours ago, uh, 7 days ago, a month ago, and a year ago or more, something like that. Well, what if I want to search from like um, I don't know, last summer? Why can't I search from like May of 2025 until perhaps like September of 2025? Why can't I use like a little um, calendaring search model? Why doesn't that exist? Why doesn't it exist that I can show Google results from which website is used the most versus what they want to show me? Same with the different algorithms that I find in social media platforms. Why is it that basically, why is there only one way to show an algorithm? Why can't I customize it for myself and show, like, hey, if they're a close friend of mine or family of mine, I want to see their stuff first, or I want to see everything chronologically, or I want to see pictures first because that's what's important to me, or I want to see things on whatever sports, theater, movies, film, television, whatever it may be. Those are the things that I find relevant. Instead, it's you barely have any options. It's just like if you like something, then maybe it's going to show up in your feed, but you have no control over how it's going to show up. And there's the unfortunate aspect that if sometimes you like this stuff and it is just thrown at you and it's too much, you may have accidentally clicked something a year ago and you're still seeing promotion for it. It's something that you didn't even mean to click. There are very few options in the algorithm system, and I'd like to see that changed. I know that that Google itself has changed the way that it shows results to people. And until 2024, you had an option that was known as infinite scrolling, where you could just doom scroll if you want, if you were searching for something. Not anymore. Everything is paginated, but it's not even paginated the way that it used to be. You used to be able to go into dark realms of Google search results into page 100, 150, 200 if you wanted to, and just continue to keep searching for whatever it is you're looking. And it's no longer that way. You're shown maybe 5 or 10 pages, and then it says, "Oh, well, that's the end." And it's like, no, it's not. You have many other pages that you could be showing me, Google. And the argument from Google's standpoint is we want to make sure that searching remains fast. And it's like, well, you know, 10 years ago or 15 years ago or 20 years ago, Google was still very fast. It would show you, it was even proud to say that we were able to do the search in like less than a second. Well, guess what? I know that your systems have only improved since then, Google, and yet you're not showing me the same amount of results. Additionally, if you go into something like YouTube, YouTube is one that just really, I don't know what they're doing in terms of trying to get people content. In the past, you used to be able to type a search query into YouTube and continue to search and continue to, if necessary, doom scroll, but you might be able to find it on page 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or something like that. Now YouTube doesn't allow that. It just ends it after showing you maybe, let's say, uh, 20 results. 10 of them are not relevant to you. They're not relevant to the search query that you had. 5 of them are YouTube shorts, which you didn't even want. And maybe two, three, four, 5 of them might be something in which you're interested. There should be options to say, don't show me YouTube shorts. There should be options to say, don't show me videos longer than 20 minutes. Uh, an interesting one with YouTube, you can filter by duration, but the duration are 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and longer than 20 minutes. Well, what if I want something that's 3 minutes or 1 minute, or I want to focus it on um, on maybe something that's 15 minutes? Well, you don't always have those options. You're going to have to see a lot of unnecessary content before you find what you're going to be able to enjoy. Other things that really bother me about this system are the lack of the desktop experience mirroring the app, mirroring the mobile experience. So, like on YouTube, uh, it's very difficult to be able to find live content on a mobile device. You don't have the option for filters that is so available as it is on the app or as it is on a desktop computer. I long for a day where your user experience is essentially mirrored across all of the different platforms. And it's like we don't have leaders in society who are talking about this. I don't hear politicians saying we need to ensure that the algorithm is customizable. I've never heard anybody talk like that. And so it's one of those things that we have to um, take the issue into our own hands, so to speak. And the way that I've done it is I write on these types of topics, not just on certainly technology, but all aspects of society where I see a gap in from our leadership, and I feel that perhaps my opinion may be valued. I like to write on it. If anyone out there wants to know where I write on these things, Medium is a great place for me to be able to promote my thoughts. And so, if you go to rabbirothschild.medium.com, you can find more of the specifics of how I advocate for the changing of the algorithm, including more filters, including more options for individuals, and really where I see the lacking from leadership perspective in terms of the CEOs of these companies who don't give you really great opportunities to be able to listen. There isn't a support system. Uh, you basically are uh, a, at the behest of what these different organizations want to spoon feed you and force you to digest. And I want to give the power back to the people a little bit. So, in terms of how the algorithm could be improved, really, if I had to summarize it in one word, it would be customization.
Yeah. I'm not sure what YouTube is doing to promote my podcast to people, but I get the most unhinged comments on YouTube. I don't know why it's YouTube specifically. Like, I had one or two people go like, "Yeah, this podcast was like somebody, I hate to ski, but re-ski something that somebody else said and it says blocked, and I'm like, okay, cool. Like I know that OG take was terrible and I don't have to read it, but I get to read the speak dunk on them. Um, so I'd love to hear your experience with Blue Sky and how you feel it maybe differs from like the culture of Twitter.
Absolutely. So you were part of the mass exodus from Twitter after Elon purchased it. I believe it was like November 2024, something like that. And many of us who were fed up with Twitter didn't really have a new home, and Blue Sky basically became that home. And I found, as I previously said, I have over 5,000, or have had over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts. And so I have to say, I have not been the best Blue Sky user. I promote myself for world peace, and so, what does that mean? Um, well, it means that, like, occasionally I will, or at least in the past, have created many different accounts to be able to promote myself and my channels. This is something that I have basically had to do, I find, because I'm not promoted many times in the algorithm. I'm just one individual. So how do I promote myself? I don't. I would maybe like I created a follow bot, so it would just follow people. So it was just an extra follower, and I'd get people who would interact with me. And in terms of the people on Blue Sky, they're much realer than the people on X. I can tell you, I've created bots on Twitter as well, and it's basically like I had to create bots on Twitter to be able to compete with the bots that are already on Twitter. And it's a pay-for-play system on X, and that is not the same on Blue Sky currently. So what do I mean by that? Uh, X says that we will not promote your content if you are not a premium user, basically have the blue check mark of, at least paying your $8 or whatever it may be at this time on X. And Blue Sky, at least under the current system, is not like that. Also, I find Blue Sky is much more liberal, and that mass exodus really affected X. X became an echo chamber of certain political views, and many times the people who are on X are feel that feel that their voice isn't being heard on any other platform, so they use X, and they generally many times force a lot of other people to um, to take in their views and their philosophies and on politics. And I find that the people on Blue Sky aren't so politically motivated. And if they are, it's certainly more liberal. But I find that there's a lot more art on Blue Sky. I find that the like I can read through the comment section on Blue Sky and um not have like an overwhelming amount of bots. Even I, as someone who has created many bots, found that the Blue Sky community was quite nice to me. They would say things like, "Hey, I just got a follow from Rabbi Rothschild. That's like my third this week. I actually went to their Discord and talked with them. They're a really nice person, and like they were really kind to me." And I no longer bought Blue Sky, but even I'll check the feed, and I'll see people like, man, I really miss Rabbi Rothschild. They were really nice to come in, and they always would be the first person to like my stuff, and they would always be the first person to who would reski. I don't like that term either, but anything that I posted, and so it was like, wow, even the people they were really kind to me. In terms of X, I find that X is there's no support system on X. Blue Sky seemed a little bit different. Um, the X system, you can randomly lose your X account for no on for any reason that you just have no idea why. You don't have to bot anybody. You don't have to um, self promote. You don't have to uh, do anything. You could lose an account that you haven't used in 10 years, and just randomly it will say your account is suspended, and you might look, and it might be just some vague reason, inauthentic behavior. What does that even mean? So then you you go to support, and you ask for some type of resolution to the matter, and you're not going to get anything back from a human. In many ways, I feel that Blue Sky, while it's a smaller team, uh, it is more. It's still in its infancy. I think in terms of user base, Blue Sky has something like between like 30 and 40 million users, and uh, X has hundreds of millions of users. So it's a much easier audience um, to be able to have perhaps moderate. But overall, if I if I mean I use both X and Blue Sky. I found though better interaction on Blue Sky. I found that the people were nicer on Blue Sky, and it just wasn't as botted. And look, and what do I mean by that? If I post something, I want the comments to be relevant to what I posted. I don't want it to be like frankly someone else's website or someone else's content that's not relevant to what I posted. Um, and I think that Blue Sky has a lot of opportunity to grow. I know it's very expensive to have these microblogging websites and to add features, but I think things that they offer, like when you go live on one platform, there's at least like a notification that you can give to your friends or your followers on Blue Sky. I think that's a nice system. And I'd like to see Blue Sky create other opportunities for people, like something like a Twitter Spaces or perhaps live streaming. I know these things will come with time, but overall, my experience on Blue Sky has has been more positive. And if I were a user and I had to use either one of them, and I was really creating content that I wanted real people to see, I would have them. I would post it on Blue Sky. You're going to get more relevant things in your feed generally than you're going to get on X. It's not yet pay to play, but I do want to say with a caveat, it seems like with these social media platforms that they eventually all devolve into the same pay to play system. So hopefully Blue Sky can avoid that. And but overall, my experience with Blue Sky has been more positive than it has been on.
Yeah. I kindly remember you were talking about, the lack of moderation on X, which I always forget that it's not Twitter. But you say Twitter or you say X, you can always talk about.
Absolutely.
I made a TikTok videos over the summer. I was working on call, so I had a lot of extra time, and I was trying to promote the podcast more. So I was like, "Oh, I'll make a TikTok." I had first been put off by TikTok, so it was super overstimulating. It just automatically plays stuff. And I was like, "Whoa, I don't
Yes.
know how to handle it." Um, but I had actually had quite a bit of fun with it. A couple of unhinged or left, or left. I guess not left wing, but left field, comments. But for the most part, people were pretty receptive. When I actually get views, um, I I would spend like hours working on like a video, and it wouldn't get very many views. But then like a silly something that I posted when I first started, that it was like I used this an app called Finch. It tracks like your mood and your tasks and all sorts of things. And just for fun, I posted my mood chart from when I quit a job a little over a year ago, and like the shift in like red from my mood from, and then like the shift to green when I quit that job. And it gets views like every day. It's got like however many thousand or whatever, but yeah, the algorithm is beyond me on TikTok. But I posted a video, which I thought was pretty innocuous, um, from that interview I mentioned earlier about like classical music and the algorithm, and it got flagged for some reason. Um, and it's been like a month, and I still haven't. And I'm afraid to combat it. That's not the right word, but like put in a request to have it reviewed.
And appeal.
Because I was like, as far as I know, it doesn't violate any community guidelines. It didn't have any problems on Instagram, no problems on Facebook, and yeah, it's just in limbo. And all it says is violated community guidelines, which I read, and as far as I know, it doesn't. So
Right.
I don't know what's up with that. So
deal with that constantly, and the various reasons why you can get flagged, especially on TikTok, are TikTok to me has the most amount of um, things for which you can be flagged. Um, and it's really unfortunate that you're not given straight answers from these organizations. You're not given timely answers. They can ban you like that, but boy, it can take a long time to get yourself unbanned. Many times, larger creators have an in-person or a manager or an agent or somebody who has their foot in the door at these organizations as well. So they have, more advantages than the average individual does. And it's really unfortunate that in your case, you got flagged. You don't really know why. It doesn't make sense to you, and you're not able to get an answer. And you're not alone, Elizabeth. That's basically par for the course. That's how many people feel. And that's why we're looking for leaders to be able to speak out against this type of behavior.
Um, I feel like we covered a lot of ground. As you were talking, was there anything, we can totally shift topics or keep going with this, but was there anything that came to mind that you really want to talk about?
Yeah, so we will continue to talk a little bit more about technology and stuff because I have read, I have written some articles on that. So if we can bookmark that to just for a little bit because I would like to talk about some of the futurology topics that I really enjoy. And
Yeah.
to any of the listeners out there who are wondering, okay, so I have this Orthodox rabbi who's talking about world peace, and all of that sounds really great. But what else is there? You're streaming your life 24 hours a day. I do IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north of Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. But it's easiest for me to have conversations like this and with my community, generally doing desktop streams. And some of the things that I like to discuss on desktop streams are things like futurology and so some of the topics that are very fascinating to me are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, fission energy, fusion energy, things like teleportation, things like perhaps telepathy, Santa Claus machines, which are like replicators. Basically, think a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, any kind of element can be used to make whatever it is that you want. Things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I find these kinds of topics to be absolutely fascinating. We're at the forefront of really a lot of really interesting aspects of society, and we're not really discussing them. And so I like to give these types of topics certainly some more of a spotlight. Additionally, I like to talk about things like life extension technology. As I previously said, I perhaps have some transhuman tendencies. And when I was born, the average life expectancy for me or someone like me, and perhaps the same with you, it was about age 80 years old. But really, with my consent, with your consent, and anyone else out there who hears this, I'd like to eventually give them the resources to be able to utilize types of life extension technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, peptides, nootropics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, perhaps blood transfusion, testosterone replacement therapy, whatever it is to be able to allow people to live longer, eventually perhaps be able to reverse their own aging, to be able to live longer than age 80, longer than age 100, perhaps as long as 120 or more. But at age 120, they may say to me, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And for anyone out there who's interested and I want to only have this happen if you consent to it, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where We scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm saying to you and to your audience is essentially there may be a day in the not too distant future where people may be able to have their own digital immortality. And this is a really interesting aspect of human development because no longer do we have the traditional idea, perhaps, that we are born, we're going to die, and it's inevitable. There may be a way to perhaps be able to at least delay death and perhaps eventually maybe to avoid it altogether. And I don't feel this is being discussed enough. And so this is something that's near and dear to my heart. It's the transhumanist movement. And for those of you out there who don't want this, I don't want you to have it. I want what you want. There's for some people it's attractive to perhaps be able to restart their life or live longer or spend more time with their family than they normally would have, and that's absolutely fine. And I want people to be able to do that. And those people generally have transhumanists or transhumans. Then there are people who have traditional ideas that they just want to die at their normal age or whatever it would be. And I want people to have that as well. I want whatever people want, and I don't want things forced upon individuals. So those are some of the topics that I like to talk about from a futurology standpoint. Additionally, I like to talk about mega projects, things to unite the world. So things like from an intercontinental tunnel and bridge system, a Bering Strait crossing proposal. Basically, either more likely a tunnel, but perhaps a bridge could be conceived, but generally a tunnel that connects Asia to North America. I feel as if this type of bridge, from a diplomatic and an economic and just an infrastructure um, uh, point of view, would be able to allow people to be able to drive from New York City to Paris or from Mexico City to Cape Town. And that's a really interesting aspect that the world has never had before. Generally, we've had to get on planes or onto boats. It takes time. But the idea of being able to go with your friends on a road trip from Los Angeles to Shanghai might be of interest to some individuals out there. Additionally, and again, some of these may be in the coming decades, some might be in the coming centuries. But things like a transatlantic tunnel, something from like New York City to Paris or London, might be of interest to some individuals out there. A Strait of Gibraltar crossing, a tunnel or bridge linking Europe and Africa, a Japan Korea undersea tunnel, or perhaps a Taiwan Strait tunnel project. These are things that basically usually need a ferry or a plane to be able to bridge, and I'd like to be able to connect the world more, not just from a network perspective, but from an infrastructure perspective. Additionally, I'm an advocate, not everywhere, but for greening of some places to be able to benefit humans more, such as greening of the Sahara. Perhaps a Great Green Wall, which is a real ongoing project that is currently stretching in some areas of the world. Perhaps Lake Chad replenishment proposal, basically diverting the Congo Basin water northward. Floating cities and ocean megastructures. These are fascinating topics, and if anything, maybe they're not practical right now in the 21st century, but maybe in the 22nd century or beyond. They're conversations that I find are important to have, and at least to be able to plant the seeds in some people's minds. Things like a sea scraper concept, basically an underwater skyscraper city, or a a permanent something like it's called a freedom ship. There are other names for it, but a floating city, basically a roaming city ship. Things like maybe in terms of mega cities that we're seeing, there's the line, which is a 170-kilometer mirrored city in the desert that's currently being built. Some other ideas maybe are things like vertical cities. So basically, having the entirety of a city, everything that you may need within one building. Things like space elevators, a cable from Earth to orbit using ultra strong materials. I find this to be very, very science fictiony, but we're moving towards science fiction and into science fact. You know, Elizabeth, 200 years ago, if I were to say to someone, you'd be able to travel not needing a boat from England to uh, the European continent, they would say, well, that sounds like science fiction. Well, 100 years ago, we had the channel, the English Channel channel. And in the same way, if I say that I think we might be able to bridge the gap between Asia and North America, well, it sounds like science fiction right now, but it's really not that far. It's essentially 51 miles or so that need to be bridged. We already have long tunnels that currently exist in society that are approximately 20 or so miles. So it's just basically double that, and it would absolutely change um, the environment. It would change the global environment. It would change economics. And I'm not just saying that this should be available to only the wealthiest people or the best looking people or the most athletic people. I want it available to everyone. And I also would like to see these types of um, engineering mega structures available and mega projects available to promote, or I should say, from an environmental standpoint, be able to eliminate some of the issues that we may experience in terms of fossil fuel usage. So perhaps having very efficient trains might be one way we might be able to do that. Um, I'm not an expert on any of these. Perhaps I just know a little bit about them, but I'll leave that for the engineers and the planners to be able to work out all of the specifics. But other things that I think are really interesting, perhaps in addition to a space elevator, things like perhaps a space slingshot, perhaps terraforming of other planets. This has been discussed with Mars as a potential. There are arguments to be made that other moons within the solar system might be options, maybe even perhaps Venus. Again, these are very far into the future discussions that are being had or have been had in the past and aren't being discussed that much anymore. And I'd like to see that. Now, in terms of some of the things that I write about, it was some of the topics that we discussed earlier and how we can make um, algorithms more efficient and such. And some of the things I'm going to be reviewing some of the ideas that I've written on my blog, which is rabbirothschild.medium.com. And they're very integrated into what we previously discussed. And so one of the things you discussed was, the comments that you get in your YouTube channel. And if anybody knows anything about comments, and both positive and negative, I do. And there's a certain power in anonymity I think that people have when they know that nobody's going to know who they are. They feel that they can say whatever they want. And that's fine. There's some beauty in anonymity, and I'm okay with that. One thing, though, that I do find is that personally, the way that people refer to each other online has devolved, or just in general has devolved. People like to use ad hominem attacks, and I don't like that. And what's ad hominem? It's Latin for against the person, essentially. So instead of my arguing about, let's just say, not liking a video, whatever it may be, and I say the reasons why I don't like the video. Instead, I'll say that this person is an XYZ, whatever it may be. This is pseudoscience, or this is slop, or this is garbage, or whatever it may be against the person. This person just makes AI slop, or whatever it is, but they don't give reasons. Or this person is a pseudoscientist, or this person is an armchair quarterback or whatever they may be saying. I don't like that. I like attacking arguments, not people. So I do write on that. Another thing that I find to be interesting and I've written about is that idea of the word debunk. Many times people say things are debunked. Oh, that's been debunked. And really, science is never debunked. We're always learning more in science. And so I tend to do my best to avoid that type of terminology because I know that everything from the idea of perhaps like lead lining the aqueducts of Rome was once seen as safe and is no longer safe, or the idea of heliocentric view of the solar system was once seen as being debunked, and really nothing has been debunked. And we, with centuries, find out that perhaps we were wrong on many of these topics. And so I do my best to avoid those types of, at least the term debunked. And I recognize that people can always change, and their views on things can always change. Another topic that I have written on is the idea of homework. uh, I don't think that children should have homework anymore, not because it's not necessarily beneficial to them, but it's not a fair system. When you have one child who may be from a single parent home and they are having to compete against someone who may have a tutor and a two-parent home and all of the resources in the world, and the other child may have to babysit their, their siblings, or may have to work a job themselves, and they are compared against each other, and there are um, they're required to get this work done, or else they're punished once they get back to school. That to me is a system that uh, I don't feel is fair. I've been a teacher in the past. I mean, I'm still a teacher. I'm a rabbi, and that's, as I previously said, uh, rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. But I've taught K through 12, and I recognize that not everyone has an even playing field, and we shouldn't punish children, especially for things that they cannot control. Um, Other things, and we talk about this a little bit about interactions on social media, and there used to be something that would get called out. Like if somebody did something to get attention, it would be called a publicity stunt, and that term is not used anymore. It's just said people say it's something went viral or something like that. But people used to have accountability for others when they were just trying to get attention for themselves, and that the term publicity stuff isn't used that much anymore. Another idea that I have, and this is with anyone, and I feel it's a brave take to have, whether you're a rabbi, an imam, a priest, or in any way perhaps secular, no one really knows. No one really knows anything. And so there's a certain brilliance in being agnostic to whatever it is and always asking questions, because no one really knows if we're right or not. I write on things like times when debunked ideas were later proven right or perhaps revised. I like to talk about things that are practical. Seatbelts on buses. I am an advocate for people of all ages, and it's always confused me why seatbelts aren't required on a bus, but they are required in a car. And I'm a major advocate for safety of all people, and I think like 7 states require seatbelts on buses, but the majority of states do not, and I don't see why seatbelts on buses, if they prevent deaths and injuries, are not a requirement. If you take just one accident of a bus, the amount in liability that a school district will have to pay will easily pay for all of their buses. And this is something that I feel like should just be like an automatic, like aha, in the superintendents of the world to ensure that their buses have um, have have seatbelts. Additionally, I like to talk about things like the idea of how we came here, how we got to Earth, or whatever. There's certainly the creation story from a religious standpoint, but again, I'm agnostic to perhaps everything, and am always open to new ideas. And there's the idea of something called panspermia. It's the idea that perhaps Earth was seeded here and humanity was seeded here, and I go into that type of discussion. Something that I do with my live streaming, and I consider myself a foremost um, perhaps leader and trailblazer, is something called continuous human activity data and continuous human data infrastructure. This idea of always being able to watch an individual, and so I like to talk about things like that. Another thing is I do my best to not to get too political, but I don't like the term democracy in the United States. Democracy at its heart is one person, one vote, and we don't have that. And really, no government in the world has that. It's a term that's used that makes us feel really good, but really, if anything, we have a constitutional republic. And I think the way that we use words is really important. And so to say this is against our democratic values, we don't really have those in our system. If you want to have one person, one vote, by all means, let's change the system and do it. But let's not call our current system something that it is not. Another thing, I feel in my own way, I'm a major advocate for women. I'm an advocate for the Equal Rights Amendment. I feel that you shouldn't be able to discriminate against people based on a litany of reasons, but one in a major way is based on gender. And this goes back to our discussion on social media. Social media, these corporations, the corporatocracy, the technocracy, directly discriminates against women. uh, and if anyone out there is wondering, I could take my shirt off right now. I'm on YouTube for anyone who doesn't know. Um, and nothing's going to happen to me. But if I were considered by these platforms to be a woman, I'm going to lose my account. I'm going to lose my ability to be able to support myself, to support my family. And that to me is de facto discrimination. I'm not necessarily someone who wants to see more nudity by any means, but I want people to be treated equally. That's really important to me. So um, I just think that platforms should not have within their terms and conditions that they treat one gender one way and another gender another way. I feel that that's discrimination. Uh, Other things that I like to talk about, um, so um, perhaps like just from scientific terms, the idea of gravity and control of gravity. It's not something we talk about a lot, but basically, a machine that could create gravity would be quite interesting. This gets into my discussion of the idea of um, anti gravity and other things that I like to talk about: national security and the risk of constitutional overreach. So, a lot of times when we demand answers from our government, we are told that it's a matter of national security. And it's like, well, you could use that for anything. And it's like, anytime I ask a question to a politician, you're going to say it's a matter of national security when it's something that involves my health care or what's in my food or something like that. Or I just, I'm not comfortable with this idea that everything is national security. Um, there's a powerful phrase out there that we can neither confirm nor deny this issue or whatever. And many times it's used when people want to avoid a question. I think it's actually pretty brilliant if people started using it in everyday parlance, basically everyday speech, at least from a political standpoint, because then people wouldn't ever really know how whether to not that they trust their politicians now, but if it were used more often, then they could recognize that every time this phrase is used, it's not always a lie, or it's not always that they're trying to deceive me. But when we can't get answers from our leaders, I feel that 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 many issues can occur with that. Um, some other things that I would like the world to know that I like to talk about are rethinking. So I'm a social justice advocate, and I think that the use of police force that has irreversible effects is an issue. So I'd like to see less lethal options out there, perhaps tranquilizer darts or something that still allow police to be able to do their job. But if a mistake is made, that you don't permanently end someone's life. Other things that um, I've written about and we discussed, Elizabeth, platform due process and the governance gap in digital infrastructure. So what is this? When you get banned from a platform, why did I get banned? Can I get a timely response? Is there a kind of support system? Here's an interesting thing. Um, if you get banned from a platform, many times this is a permanent ban, and you're not allowed to use that platform anymore. Even within the criminal justice system, we see that we give people second chances and we allow them to become members of society again. But if you, for instance, YouTube, if you lose your YouTube channel, you're not allowed to go and create another YouTube channel. Now, um, if you do, um, it is known as um, just one moment. There's a phrase that they use. It is known as ban evasion. and you'll lose your second account and your third account and your fourth account. And at least I've heard that YouTube is starting to perhaps um, uh, reverse um, their stances on some of this. But really, right now, if you're banned from a platform, you're banned for life, and that to me is just too strict of a policy because I posted something that someone didn't like. I no longer can use the platform 10 years later. It's kind of ridiculous to me. So I'd like to see some due process and perhaps your video with the classical music. Maybe we can get involved in this and get people to be able to at least give you a reason why it was taken down, and maybe be able to reverse that. So here's something that I find interesting. Uh, there's a Noam Chomsky quote, which whatever your belief is on Noam Chomsky, it may be whatever, but it's a quote. It's something like this: "Terrorism is non-state sanctioned violence," and in whether you agree with that or not, I use an analogy of that phrase to the idea of spam on platforms. So spam is non-state sanctioned advertising. Basically, what is spam to one person may just be self promotion to another person, and what is self promotion to one person might be spam to another person. But basically, the platforms can ban you for spam, and to some people, and perhaps to the majority of people, what you were doing was not considered spam, but there isn't really a good way to be able to dictate one person's spam is another person's information or relevant content. So I think that, again, with the platforms having carte blanche to be able to ban whatever they want or whomever they want, I'm an advocate for giving people an idea when, like, let's say you reposted 3 times in a minute, is that if that's too much you can have a cooldown period, but that doesn't mean I have to lose my account permanently. Like, give me some idea of what I need to do to be able to play by your rules. Right now there are no rules. It's a blind system, and I just don't agree with that. Another thing that is relevant to what we discussed, Elizabeth, is gatekeeping, opacity, and iterative evaluation, rethinking finality in modern selection systems. So, what is this? This is basically the permanent ban idea, and like you got you just the example that you gave with that song. Who banned or who prevented? Who took this down? Why did they take it down? Does that moderator, whoever it is, do they have more instances than another moderator for taking that down? You don't know, and you're not going to be able to know under the current system. And I would like to avoid those kinds of things. Another thing I want to see avoided, and it goes to the algorithm, is shadow banning, visibility filtering, and algorithmic governance. I am an advocate for transparent systems. You should be able to see, look, I can decide what I want to see and what I don't want to see. And just like you gave the example with Blue Sky and you can press block, I want the ability to do the same for all of my algorithms. Don't tell me what I shouldn't see. I can make that determination. And then if I want to say I don't want to see this anymore, great. And then maybe a year later, I should be able to go to the settings and see all the things that I set for which I said that and undo them if I want. Why not? Maybe things have changed. Maybe my opinions have changed. Um, Another thing that I like to talk about is protection of children. So I don't think that it should be legal to use corporal punishment against children, meaning I don't think that you should be able to hit children. I know, sounds ridiculous.
Radical.
Yeah, it does.
What?
But in many states in the United States, it's not only legal for parents to hit their children, but for other people to hit their children. And this is just an outdated philosophy, and I want to avoid it. Uh, I I want to protect children, and I really think this is something that if it went before Congress, it would go through unanimously. Nobody's going to vote against the "Don't Hit Your Child" Act or whatever you want to call it. Um, and so there are a lot of laws that I think that just need updating in the current system, and the ability to hit children is certainly one of those. And we'll maybe close on this idea for connectivity. And I know this is going to hit home with you because I heard you talking about MySpace, and you've been on the internet and used networks for a long time. Um, and it's been the same the whole time, the network guide. So, what am I talking about? With your cell phone, going back to as long as you've ever had a cell phone, the symbol to tell you your connectivity has been 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars. Why isn't it like a percentage? Like, why don't I know that I have like 60% signal strength wherever I am, or 90% signal strength? Why does it fluctuate? Sometimes I'll just be in the same place and it'll go from 3 bars to 2 bars. And I didn't move. Is it because of the clouds? I don't know what it is, but there isn't any kind of transparency in the connectivity. And the same with Wi Fi. It goes from 3 bars to 2 bars randomly sometimes, maybe from 2 bars to 1 bar, whatever it is. All I'm asking is just a signal strength. Give me a percentage. Let me know what's affecting it. That I feel that type of transparency and connectivity would do a lot to improve society, a lot to improve network conditions, and I want to know why my signal strength in one part of my house is different than another part. And not I'm not talking about like the proximity to the router. I'm talking about like a cell phone signal. Everybody's been in the situation where they're like, "Oh, I can't talk in this one area of somewhere where I go because I get bad cell signal." In LA, it's one of the most populated places in the United States, and there are some places in the middle of the open air sky that you cannot get cell phone signal for one reason or another. These types of things I feel uh, should be addressed. There should be more transparency. So, with that, for anyone who is interested in many of the things that I discussed, you can check out my blog. It's rabbirothschild.medium.com. You can check out all of my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. For anyone out there who just wants to watch me, you don't have to interact with me, type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. I have so much content that my non live content will basically be promoted first. I want you to see me live. That's where it's at. So, in the filters of YouTube, fortunately, they do have a live filter. Make sure you type Rabbi Rothschild and then filter by live, and you'll see I don't have one YouTube stream going, nor two YouTube streams going, nor three YouTube streams going, nor 10 YouTube streams going. I have over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams going. You can see I've got angles and 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera for anyone out there. And for those of you who do want to talk with me, who think that maybe some of these things are interesting, or want to maybe give your opinion that you don't like it and you want to just be able to speak with me directly, come to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. You can connect with me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I am always available in my Discord. And with that, Elizabeth, I want to thank you so much and thank your audience so much for the opportunity to be able to share all of the things that I do, from the live streaming to the religious aspect to the world peace aspect to the transhumanist aspect to the futurology aspect and some of the social justice issues that are near and dear to my heart in ways that I'd like to improve the world with the platform that I have. So thank you so much for the time and for your audience's time.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. We covered so much ground and loved having you on. Thank you again.
Thank you. Peace to everyone.
Recording stopped. Very
We
nice.
did
How
it.
you feeling?
Oh, I appreciate it so much, Elizabeth, for allowing me to speak on all that. I know it's not like just one topic like many of your guests may be, but as you can tell, I have a lot of interest, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share on such a very topic of things that you can tell in which I'm very passionate.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, I hear my dog scratching at the door, and she's been very good this past hour, so I'm gonna go let her out.
Absolutely,
But I will send you the video probably later today. It'll be like via Google Drive. And then yeah, as soon as I get the audio edited, which I don't have a timeline for, but sometime before September,
absolutely,
um, I will get that to you, and I'll make sure you have enough time to stuff. But I don't personally, I don't foresee anything. It seems like you're pretty comfortable with what you said and all of that. So
absolutely.
yeah,
Excellent.
cool.
Thank you so much. And I absolutely empathize with many of the issues that you go through with social media. And getting a podcast out there, and you're in an ocean of other podcasts, and just trying to uh, manage your busy personal life but not making this your full-time job is uh is 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 a delicate balance. And if anything, hopefully, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday someone will hear these discussions and say, hey, Elizabeth and Rabbi, they were really talking about these things back in the day. And hopefully we're able to see many of these changes. And if anything, one day we're going to get your video on TikTok back up, or we're going to get the reason why they won't show it. So
I will settle for the reason.
yeah, absolutely. So with that, if you need anything in the meantime before September or whatever, feel free to just shoot me an email. You're an excellent communicator. You're an excellent listener. So thank you for letting me just go on about all of the topics that I hit on, and I appreciate the opportunity to be on your show.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. I'll talk to you soon.
Take care. Bye bye.
Bye.
Oh, she's so nice. Really? Yeah, she's so nice. She was like, she let me talk, and not everybody lets me talk. She is really nice. Really? Yeah, and an amazing animal lover. That's cool too. Were you happy with how that went? Yep. Was it the best one of your life? Um, it was one of the better ones because I got to talk about all this stuff. Like I've never had the opportunity to read my articles or whatever. That's really cool. Are you happy? Yeah, I'm really happy. Like that was a good one. And the others weren't. No, others were good too. Have you ever had a bad podcast? uh, that I've been on. No, God willing, God, thank God. I one time had a podcast of someone who was just trying to troll me. They were on my podcast though. Like, you know, I was able to take it and share it. You like Elizabeth? Yeah, she's really nice. Elizabeth, if you ever see this, you're an excellent podcast host. It's important to just let if the guest has stuff they want to say, let them go. And that was really good. Is there anything that you would want to have talked about that you didn't? I mean, is that in particular? Uh-huh. No, that's good. Is there anything else you really want to talk about? Mm-hmm. She let me talk, and I love that. Elizabeth, if you ever see this, you are perfect. Of just you could tell, and I told you beforehand, I've got a lot to cover, so just let me do it. And you're like, all right. Could she have done anything better? Nope. She's perfect. Really, really kind person. Animal lover. You could tell. And she's like so apologetic. She's like, my dogs are like, Shh, dogs are amazing. Are you happy? Yeah, I'm really happy. But it went really well. Did it? Yeah. Why are you talking to yourself? Because nobody else is here for me to debrief or whatever. So if you want me to just be quiet, I'll be quiet. Who's if you? I mean, the people who are watching my stream at any time now or in the future, like I get it. People be like, normally you don't. People don't debrief themselves on podcasts they're on. I know, but if this is what's going on in my head, and if I just Normally I'd be quiet. Like if I weren't streaming or whatever, I'd just be quiet. But people, I think it's important for people to be able to see what a healthy individual, what goes on in their head when they have moments, and so that's why I discuss these things openly. Anything else you want to say about it? No. Elizabeth was really nice, an excellent communicator. Really, yep. She was timely, really, really sweet, and is there anything else you would want to talk about? No. Like, I mean, I could talk about aliens for a long time. But that they want to overwhelm her with that. I was overwhelmed with people with all kinds of other stuff. But I got to talk about life extension technology and mind uploading technology, the extinction, Santa Claus machine. Is there anything else you want to talk about? No. And she's done like 70 of these things. That's really good. So shout out to her. Is there anything she could have done differently? No. Like, to any podcaster out there, take lessons from Elizabeth. You can have your questions that you want to ask, and that's fine, but give your guests the opportunity to be able to say everything that they want to say. And then they'll feel like, oh, I didn't have to go back or whatever. And don't try to steer conversation as a like she could have very easily been like, well, you want to talk about futurology right now, but we're talking about technology. And I said like, let me hit these futurology topics, and then we'll hit like these other topics that I like to discuss as well. She's really really nice, and if you go to talk about anything else, what would it be? I kind of hit it off. I mean, I could talk about like micro behaviors and things, but that's not. I kind of hit it. It's a Truman Show, okay? Ever see a Truman Show? Well, is there anything else you would want to? I got to show my fulfilling. Really? Yeah, that's tight. And it was with a woman. I haven't done a podcast with a woman since Yaya. Really? Hmm? None? I mean, Yaya. Everybody else is with dudes though. She has a she has like a real has a really good caring way. She's a really good listener. That's what I would say. Elizabeth, did you ever see this? You're just a really good listener and you just let me go. That's the key. For podcast people out there, if you're going to host a podcast and you have a guest who has a lot to say, let him say it. You don't have to sit there and be like, okay, what about this question, this question, and this question? You can ask all the questions that you want, but you have to give them an opportunity to be able to just get it all out there. And the fact that she had a long form podcast was so much better. I did not feel like I had to look at the clock and be like, and I know that she said like, this thing could be like 30 minutes or 2 hours or whatever. And I think we did it in an hour and a half. And that's great. That was wonderful to be able to be like, this is what I do. This is who I am. Are you mad that it comes out in September? No, not at all. I understand. She's getting her master's degree. What did you like more about this one than the other ones? She had her questions, but like she said to me, I'm gonna just let you go, and that's all you need to do. The other ones, so I will say this: I've never done a podcast I didn't like. I've never been on a podcast I didn't like. So for any of the other people, um, she did it correctly too. She's like, I'll edit it however I need, and that's the thing with a podcast too. You can edit this stuff. I would give. I know Tom Antonin. He was like worried about everything, and it's like it's not that big of a deal. Don't sweat it. If we don't get it, I'll do this whole podcast again if I have to. And I have it recorded, so I could literally just say thank you. Is there anything that you feel she should have done better? Like I cannot. If she ever sees this, I'm so appreciative that she let me talk and read through my blog articles. Those are really important to me. And is there anything you don't like to talk about? No, I mean, yeah, there are some subjects, but like what? I don't like being asked about specific people. Like I don't know anything about them or something. I've been asked questions in podcasts before, and they're like, "What are your thoughts on this?" Are you happy with how it went? Yeah. Could it have gone better? No, it was fine. And what would you say? Well, she's done this 70 times or something, so she has a lot of experience. She's so nice. That's something that I would say. She was so nice. Um, and I really appreciated how nice she was. I had to go to the bathroom. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Anything else you would want to say to her? No, thank you so much for the opportunity. She's so nice. She just let me talk. It's a good thing for pod. Just let them go.
Now, again, I'm a money, so I can't really tell you. It just my gut tells me that somebody's not going to commit a lifelong tapion for a couple of French fries with other folks who really the French fries. Now, you want to get a free meal, free, I don't know what you serve over there, no calling someone else. We'll give you $30 off. Okay, yeah, let's try it. Look, there's a lot to the Hava. I think you're right. Person who likes Midtown New York, if you listen, I don't know, maybe try the Midtown New York. It's the best place. Brooklyn, New Jersey, South Yuma, 87. But I do appreciate it. I appreciate the thought. Just maybe look at it a little bit. Yeah. By wayside in Hollywood, we're doing a people share. It's a lot at 2 p.m. New York time. When anything, beautiful day. At 8 o'clock at night. Mm. You know, Shabbos at 1 o'clock, that's a Shabbos, 9 o'clock. You're invited. Okay? You share why in New York. Good. Very good. Like that. Oh, I wrote myself 2 minutes. I wasn't really good. And on the screen. It's good thing I wrote it. Yeah. I was confused by famous world figure Michael Blanco has like 2 million subscribers. It's pretty crazy. Over 1 million subscribers. Pretty nice in itself. So I was interviewed by him for a long time. Um, it was a decent interview. I liked it. I thought it was good. I was very, very tired. Got just enough to complain. So I'm a little bit more subdued, a little bit more serious than usual. But I think it was a good interview. People are trying to join the show before the other interviews. Good. Doing the things people tell you. Go check it out on Living Lahaina. On YouTube, I don't know where else. Living Lahaina. All right. What else do we have? Oh, we have sponsors. Not every sponsor. This stuff is sponsored. Wait a minute. We're missing. Oh, this is going to be a full well group. But Rabbi, that's one problem I have. Rabbi, Rabbi. I didn't tell him that or whatever. Oh my, like, where's Dave Simon? Mark, you have to go in and get Simon. That lost him. It was second class by Joe guys. We need to apologize about it. And I'm going to do it. These are all I have for one of these. Respect all the activities you guys send it with Andy Island, UK, in honor of the Belly teaching, my meaning, right, people. Eli Ashir, the first name of the nation, Brazil. Anonymous, but who the first name was, Marisa Son, Korea, Fox, Estimate, Small Mountain. Baby, Torah, Stephen, Alpha, Zar, Professor, Usakari, Yakmota, Excited. Only on Moby, Yossi, Clark, Betty, and Paul, the Eastern Consultant, Seaboard, Eastern Consultant, BY, the Character, Sharon, Sephara. This only on Moby spent $9,000. I love only on Moby. He's a plenty undownloaded. They're very similar. Like with the way Yossi, Mike, Benny, Oliver, Eastern Consultant, BY, first one spot. But the second time she did it, found that it put in many of the burn, no far from the great it was beautiful data finding. He said, not too much but again, it wasn't a last minute. Here is his son, and it says next to his student, the finished spot, one, must stay, in my mouth, the ice. I'm the first time I made that from here. Jimmy has realized it's in my Esther Bacuna. Thank you, Jamie. He posted us, we had a bigger company now. And we now have the weekly payment Toronto last night. But Esther walking to the mountain, walking to his 40th birthday. And I was glad I realized that then Shamaleya, who's the beginning of the top another, and the layer, and then try to generation, not go back layer, it's not a basically anonymous, the schizophrenic that is good and open and revealed way. There's more type of after layer and name. These responses are such study memory of the level of the answer that we can element they take just a result of kind of just like that. Anonymous of suspicious successes, facility treatment, among other things. A bunch of people came to me and asked me, and I feel very comfortable every single time they ask me to drop off this, I'll tell you what they say. And the thing that a lot of people struggle and very, very difficult for. The struggle is giving a breath on the surface. They read the Rabbi. So to give you prayer. And the more dealing with the state Hashem, I'm still emotional wreck. What it means is the emotions that we went through, the emotions that we went through chunks, your soul's overwhelming that it's literally causes pain to the brain. It's like it drains your whole brain. That itself makes you weak. Now, yeah, to see the struggle with this camera, different pictures of all from the camera just drop and dry, fall. Anyway, and I don't think I'm kind of how you saw the pastor of the room to the mission of the whole first thing one of the kids that are here building the best. The way side, here we go. We are the second day of the lessons. Today we have a different yeah, most of the yeah, we're going to be discussing this idea that we learned yesterday. Yeah, if they're doing two by five, and Rabbi explains the two by five, yeah, the two by five goes with kind of this let me look the reasoning behind the person. And when you tell that what a person is doing is false, it's twisting, then you ignore what he's saying. When a person is saying that he's bringing a flat roof of a fat green, a very thick soft one, so you just ignore him. You say, okay, he said it, but you didn't need it. And therefore, when you do it, yeah, when you do it, everybody, you can't tell. Because every speaker looks the same, they have all down looks the same, every speaker looks the same. When a person tells me that I had a mind who was Allah, but every shaman that moved it away. If I looked at that. So basically, what we're going to do today is go through a lot of different things. Let me throw an example. I would say that you might have reached less than a year old. The first shows up to this is a child. And he's a public face on him. It's a child. This guy's crazy. The guy didn't need it because of this. It's a joke. But you know what? Notice so when it's very clear that what the person is saying and doing are so different from opposite, that his actions speak louder than words. Therefore, actions are what count, not the words. Because God holds true for everything. That's why we look at different places. What if we bring an animal, another? What if I'm supposed to bring a 1 year old and a 3 year old? Are those actions that speak louder than words? But there are people who really don't get it. What if it's us just being a male because all the others are male and we're female? What about there us just being female? Both opposites are female, male, and we're a male. Is that an action that speaks louder than words? No, that's today's subject. When they say easier stuff for us, easier why? All I can say is why. Emotions, knowledge, emotional chance, and all of it. Grateful for stress, stress, something like we're only one line from the bottom of that phase and it takes civil great civil Ola, these are all the different questions that we're going to bring on this idea of actions. I would say perspective. I mean, I say, well, sorry, she knows, and okay. So this week, you explain a little bit, and we go. You can have, it's a verb that we bring to this connection. Pigeon, about, we bring a Ayla, so I in Pakistan. Have the English learning way to go over a, there's only two, Pakistan, there's no speaker on a bird. Well, birds, chickens, and I don't even go to me. They haven't been in the we want to do that because not the male goes to the top of the neck, and that's how the bird comes to the thing. Now, there's something called Azar, something called Biti. Azar is the bird, and you shake it. You don't touch the back, you roll the bird for like a full motion right now. Towards the blood from the neck goes flying up to the back. Azar. Biti is the bird, and catch it on the water, squeeze it onto the water. Let's see how that goes. That's the now notice, the coil is standing above the red line. There's a red line in the back. He's standing above the red line. That indicates to us that this is an oilicle. Because an oilicle is above the red line. Then in one other paragraph, that is above the red line, the compass has everything right is below the red line. So if the compass goes, you go below the red line. An oilicle, all you do is a compass goes, you go. You absorb, then you sprinkle it, and you do this. See? The notice here is standing below the red line. And blowing touches the bird towards the top, the blood from them. That's called absorb. The lesbian female will say, look, the fact that he's doing it above the red line indicates to me that he's doing it right. Or, and the fact that he's doing it into, or let's say, Hazar is only for contact. That is the indicator he's doing it right. So anything action, if you are in a word, which is action, is similar, whether it's or whatever, depending on where you're standing for what you're doing. Hazar, I know whether it's either. Again, Allah only compass has a zaw the speaker, and then Mickey, which is the speaker. So, it's inside. Having an apple, so, well, so, not the smoke. Take an other bird, and say, with the compass bird, we do about the line. I'm standing in a place that friendly is reserved for Allah. So that's telling that it's Allah. The fact that you stand in between a compass is right. You understand? You just so your action of being above the red line is louder than the words that you spoke. Rata, speak with the past line. Yeah, no, so that is when you above the red line. Not very over very so you have this other particular where the Madonna will be standing in this picture below the red line. So you might know the right. At the time it's over, now we does. but you can't perform that way with the weaker of your former mind. You know, a lot of the former will be okay. If you perform in the weaker, come, go the bird with your come above the red line. The next time is exposure. So just the fact that it's standing above the red line, you're finding it. No, no, you're not. But that's all. It's government knowledge should have the soil ground. So now we might ask the other question, which I find profit. If you didn't in a pilot bird, but you didn't need to, which is squeezing above the red line. And you say to yourself, well, it should be good. Why am I something to do it? Good actions. Do what you do. Better cycle. If I'm doing it, you're doing it all. You compensate for possibility to happen, so where do you do the you below the level? We're not five all along. Lines up. So first of all, keep that. First of all, keep the level of the red line. Second of all, you keep the best, the flowing of the space. First, you do it well. So no matter how many people you say, the best ones are maybe just notice that the squeezing is enough with the bird after the already formed rise up. Literally, well, what your action is not inclusive. Yes, squeeze the bird, but that time is supposed to squeeze after the process. First you do rise up, you need to. So now it's what you do to the popular line, it doesn't mean to know that you need to after. Oh my God, you really got to give them all the time. You need to know that the mother of the if you do the same time. Anyway, but you're like, well, so one, because the main part of the compass is the hazard, the screw, not well. So as you know, first question, compass works, you get them in machine installed. What about for you? Because of compass bird, and you say that it's an oil, and you do hazard, hazard is good only for not for like. And I said, if you remember the conversation, you got the hazard, hazard. Red, the contest, not the illustration, Ella, with Ella, we do it from that's number one. And number two, we need to have you wouldn't do as you don't do as right? You only do it to speak. So you know now that you are just on this page, I'm doing you right, and I'm like, that could pop this book. You take some other book, you do new things. Sorry, did I draw? Did I draw? Obvious that it's a Ella, but what? The channel, the muscle, what we're saying is that the mincha, you can see the actions evaluated by mincha, but not by animal, but by bird, yeah. You can tell the action is there's not really about the about saying tomorrow, there's nothing little conjugation. Now, another question. Conjugation, shocking on the top of the chain, of the power, you're asking. So what is that? There's a picture of that. This guy right here, now, where from the staff, you can see the lamp of the duck, that's the southern part of the duck. And then you have the square on top. You see that you got on the north, this area, this whole area, the north, right over here, which is the underneath. And upward is the from this area down over here. That's that. All let's go to the yes. Touch it up. Is a compass. Actually, by the keyboard. What else? Öyle. Arkadaşlar öyle. Touch it up. They must be shifted above the red line back to the north. Not in the south. All such power can be shifted even to the south. The type of thing was questionable. In no same way, some people would decide a while ago that the north is trying to do the north what? The possible. That is no doubt. That is our second question. How do you actually if the compass and also know being shifted so we can see shifted in balance. But you have in mind that to be a shlama, to put in a one's own happens to be that you shifted from over why? Because time ago had all this blue, shifted in the south. So the teacher tells us that typically speaking, the only chef is predominant. Yes, how do you live? Now, in a few, they may express something more. So, that is the most common that you can see from the reaction that it's such a pressure, not such a time, like it's such a more. So, even though I'm not kind of happy, you go to something beyond.
Welcome
They
everybody.
say
Happy
we
Monday
can
to
check
you. Are you guys ready for a crazy?
the fucking power also in the not only in the side. So you check in the green box as well. That's when you check in the green box. Find your question and ask what very important is not an open. Very important number. We check it any number. Because you want to check the question. Now what the question. What okay. Question power. My voice is still sound. What do you think is wrong with the very nicer? We check the sound. Now, possible so that you check it out. But you're sure over or obviously checking this out. Those are probably good things to do. But instead, check the flavor. He takes a schlum and says, but I'm checking it for later. Now we have a situation that's nice and different. His actions prove that it's not an item. Because he wouldn't check an item. So he's not going to go to because he touches the last one guy. Later, the minute the action becomes a power it must be that it's good. Check the shadow and just this thing itself outside of the fucking hammer of the whole thing. It was a higher the whole chapter before. I mean, why not? I mean, why this is I mean, because it touches it. It's a bad. But the apple, the whole I was talking about it. I mean, I know, yes, it's an over. I mean, it's over. So now he's opening with a box, opening right? Once we go that route, so all it's supposed to be over. So actions don't speak loudly. So as if you take an action and you're being over listened. So the same thing would apply to the manipulation right yesterday. If you say, so, so what if it's said that it's been action by the root? Or maybe not over, yeah, not culture. So the person makes not so let's see what about okay? This is not functional pressure, it's not only the pressure, it's the bottom one, it's not constant. But here, it's a little bit better. You're cautious in the right, quicker, you are softer. Same number of degrees with the larger tab because the thinner frying pan is producing comes quicker and harder. Not that so much as not means to quicker and harder for complicating my process. The fact that he said in his mind that it's the quicker one, I'm not I will purchase it again. But it might say in my part, we are purchasing. The Mahalo is all that. It's been going good. Why do you not that? So we put it in one free and then we come up with fun. So the mother also, my name is my dad. You rock since he said, there's another one. I'm thinking about that shows the next little not that's not going to happen. Once it changes it and brings it from the mouth class, it turns it about. It's not reload. Why am I early in the mouth class? He said, I want to bring him up. But he brought it. But my question is, he said I want to bring my question, but the fact is that he brought it in. I said, maybe, really up. It changes it physically, and it made you have to do things. I said, good mechanism. Once you say the word do, say it, put into wrestling, level will recover. Recover means it says do. And saying this flower specifically. So now, when you change, you know what is it? The thing that is word, the hobby is not the same. It's not. Two, the hobby is not able to. Because I want this flower to be a my house. But at the end of the day, brother, but I told you, brother, I didn't see to the ass. So, it says, you know, you're a brother. You got to take my bike. I was kidding. I'm like, I'm going to do it. It shouldn't sound, but it is that. I'm used to none of it. If you say it now, and think, oh, I want it to be something else. The fact that you're doing A, but you want it to be B, is not something that you like. What's on my suit, line, it doesn't matter what he says. Like, really, the word two, then it's oh, man, I thought, so another, so it's a feeling, it's still clothing, it's still personal. At the end of the day, you see the art still between them. Don't actually speak out of the word, even in performance. Tell me after Ola to shut up the screen time. If you take an Ola is supposed to be male. And you say that it's a which is always not always correct. As long as I say that Ola is always male. And not supposed to be female. So you know what? Sorry, since is a contest that's the male seafood, but that particular contest is a contest. So it's not 100%. But when you bring in here, you drop a rider. There's a concept that it is that. Maybe whether or not the concept is not either, it seems like that is so good. The fact that there is a possibility that something's on the side. You look at the food, then it's not an action that speaks louder. I know some concepts, well, so not ignore stuff you can go, you can push. But there is a concept that guarantees to be female and play, not for the right? Because almost in fact, the opposite, the individual, not the massive, like you're reading, we're going to say that. We see what about the reverse? What do you get the context? Which is a female. We said it to be murder. A murder is always a murder. It can't be a murder. It must be a opposite. Actually, not a murder. She can come that place. It's a good fun. But I was able to go. Murder passes out. And sheep, traditionally, unless they change it, because in our generation, they cut it off, almost like a Doberman pincher. But a true, an original sheep is something like this. They're very, very large today. And you cannot tell whether it's a male or female. And that's considered like the fattiest part of the sheep, very fantastic to eat. But right now, things are like to keep, that's good if you're doing the sheep, this kind of excuse. So we can get that's not really good if you got to I just feel like when what you got, so I do you know different color, this color, but it's already that's the most it's great. When you see a dog and somebody else is look at it, look at it, and no one else you can really say that it's not something that's I mean like you want to do with a book for that. You say this is God, the one of the great you look to gospel. And that's the look of the beginning there. One of the male, one of the female things. This is that's the living God. So the female brand is $30. The male brand is $100. You say that, everybody will play with that. Really, because they're excited. And then you can say, because the female brand is very new. The male brand is brand new. So, that's just like you see most of them, like, doesn't taste like, yeah, because I'm sorry, I want to show you some answers before. I like this one. It's right to see this actually the alpaca. I just didn't know that. Alpaca is kind of all the right. Yeah, fish. Okay, it's a little version of this. But we're just confused by it. So you know how to get a little power on that. Yeah. Okay, so living life. That was stuff that you're saying. Awesome. The one thing that you flip that was a 50 that you walk. Some things that flip the designation from a perfect, there's perfect of perfect president guy. Those are the kind of people who like other guys who put the thing. The only thing you know the president is not fun. The only thing you can do is to point out. So being said, the president doesn't have you want to feel that? It's funny. And this is the thing is why the whole done about it because the biggest thing. Because that has to be less than a year old. And the husband has to be second year, starting off at 27 year old. Even you can assign over a summit for as a person, someone who is friends with thinking wise and race, nothing is kind of in the 30 days. And then the 30 days is touching days. So that's the thing in the estimate. And then you, sorry, that's Simon Solo is a person who has harassed, basically targeting himself. Now, now these are younger. These are kids that are just four. These are some of those other people that it's hard to tell. That's me. So based on you go to touch on it. That is the zero. that, I don't see what you do. Well, physical presence, so this should be personal stuff here comes later. So if I'm real. And if somebody's moral, meaning take something to commit that really good hey, 25 yeah, the brain of fiber. 25 the character kindness meaning safe attacks, but the God in English it's called 25%. What's the fiber? My good name he said it's a purpose. It's a, I was doing a question on the video. Now as for being a 2-year-old who's obvious is serious on the video, you need to shock those are for that because I'm trying to always stay shot again at the start and however it is what can we cover and doing for no but then please it's some then stay shot and try to party. People get real really clean shoot however this is a tool it's nothing wrong it's you know when I press monster and shoot to differentiate and make a whole big deal. Now you guys we really have a beautiful video but now the different species of cheese is not something that we pay attention to. Maybe cheese, even the cheese itself, sometimes think it's funny. Watching service if you're smoking, I probably know something I can help you. You love this stuff. Great. Because we're gonna join the happy with stuff. Hello, Ben been telling them to say Sean, I'm not gonna tell you, so we could have Sean in that. Then, sometimes you have a 1-year-old that looks like Ben Stein. We could have been Stein, what's his John? Right in my father's trip. I was 10 years old and he took me in high school because when we were still, I went to football when I was 13 years old. He was very tall and he figured no way of real, I'm not gonna make it. The only thing was I didn't have to train or anything. But this is what we have to do. As well as beautiful emails about our last video of Lucky. She's rapping. And he goes, what about the rap? Robbie Dawson. Okay, listen, this is the way. I thought about it. Some kids look older than they are. Like, you know, when you I know in Israel, probably had still on some skill, minor, so they always bring like a 17-year-old that looks like he's 6. And they send him in, still, and they're going to strike him, so why do you have like, yeah, right, he's only 17, and so you never know. The 2-year-old with a 4-year-old, really, like 3-year-old, it's not something that people readily differentiate. Now, just as a side note, there are young people, this is more young people think that they're older, and older people think that they're younger. So for better or worse, these are not facts. Like when a young person thinks that he's older, and today or whatever, it's very negative trouble. So I was just discussing the other day and put it in cheer. So it's shocking. I'm not older, it's really very healthy. speaking of Whitney, 15, 20 years old. You know, he had 15. He wanted his life ahead of him. Always later. You gotta be realistic. You don't live forever, especially you. You don't take care of yourself. I don't know how long you live. Right? You live so well. You're only here for a very, very short amount of time. So you're already in your 60s. You gotta get your life together. You gotta, you gotta produce. You gotta start really controlling it, man. This 10 minutes a day is not gonna cut it. Look at me, man. So also relax. Another question. What about a goal that you set for an also? No, I actually need a sheep. That's everybody saying. Also, there's only a sheep. It's a really great. Obviously, being a well. You know what? You know, maybe the sheep is correct. And, in other words, it's not a goat. People don't realize it's a goat. You think that maybe the sheep got a haircut. So that. And therefore, it's black. I don't even think a sheep can give a haircut to his black. They're off the shop. You want to see the shop? You want to see the shop? You want to see goat? Somehow she could have been well after this. Looks like the job. Hey, little guy, something we got to put some face for the whole stage. Hey, little guy, something we got. What if you draw a crowd in the pool? So it's like, I don't know, it's like you shoot. What's going on? And what business going on? Sometimes it's open like that. Little guys don't know what's like that. We can just say right up and down. You're right. You got that one. You got two more days. So you might drop it. What you know is sad in a minute call, you can touch it. But not for the even the stuff that you know. There is an exception to that. Not a thing. The girl is still for the all these things that you not need to do it. Now, one of the questions that you know he said, what I'm saying is that in the minute call, you think that it's a question for the mind where you are. No one says you're not ready. No one really cash. You know this yesterday since you didn't put it in. Because you can see me. Really feel like what he said. Hey, my cash fee. My cash up. You see it from the different time. Remember, remember, remember. Before the time comes up, remember. We thought that he's bringing a context. He said that this is not a minute. This red over there is a title. Even though we thought, ain't that shit. This goes to the top. Doesn't it? This is talking. This is the Torah of clothing line. So when I take the Torah, so if I get the piece to Lisa, I use that. It's okay. I'm still kosher. I'm still seeing. I mean, so when my so when I take it, the very same thing I have to put in the Torah. You tell us, what did I try to do today? I see it. Right, that's right. So when you say that it's a miracle of a mind, that's it. So it kind of goes unified. That's like it's a miracle. Speaking of the word miracle, that will be. Now you're thinking the first thing, the level. You're putting one on the other. If you try visualizing what you're doing, wanting to do, and things that you have to do, that doesn't make any difference. This is not. This is not worship. The miracle, the concept of each other than concept. You give me a miracle is different. Okay, well, no, this is this was well, and he was first. He was seeking the other side. Like, before you get the passage, you get the journey, you see. He was always in my language is what you I'm the one who speaks up because you feel it. You guys can feel it. But the feeling, even though it is, is even if I'm getting so since you are a big step in the actual program, although they were not like the active spot, only rapid movement to accumulate like they were rapid movement to walk it off. However, but if it was a dry minifier, to a minifier career, dry, without oil, and you put it with the intent to a nice tweak for you with the design, that is the double, that on the oil, why with the oil, the beauty bound, the things that let's say giving you us is like, oh, without oil. The other thing is, can you imagine this is somebody maybe in the first place, I'm reading this later, but some really means one of the place. Maybe and then salt is easy to set. Make it easier. And then I can get up before the sun. No, purpose for the sun is the sun purpose. The purpose realize the real cake and you actually use it for purpose. You see, the method is done astronomy. As everything's done astronomy. So it's purpose, so it's flat. When you say astronomy, that's nice. I believe it's because we get real of it. The myth was never called Apollo, a mix from oils, because they never knew it was science. None of the something they could realize. All I knew was because it's like a mix of that is mixed with oil. But it's not called Apollo. Really separation. It's a mix of like something called Apollo. It's a majority of people look for a third side of the wonderful wonderful stuff spreading for us throughout the world. Time for a shift today. Maybe like And there are people that are curious about that. What that first of all, let's say, first of all, let's say you follow, we have a train application here in Paris, right? Tuesday night, they just have to get straight, so that's what years ago, you want to look at the history video, it's literally here, long and the strong the video device long. So you can go for a little bit of not like a mini house, so they can also definitely and maybe the thing is not what what is the for the and that's the way I like it. And this became our ambassador. The last I was glad that now became a well singer too though. Revolution is style, no more than the book of the big cool girl. You know about the guy? So here's the thing going on. Yes, but most people have worked in right open right here she like me, 87,000 if you got so cool. Is that so far over 65 most of that here oh yeah they didn't just start they just get whatever you do they try to respect them even though with that with that a lot of people go what again you know circle, the Bible said, if we're going to pursue the faith, the work of the faith, but it's faith. Faith does not, when people say faith, people faith, and you have the whole thing coming out of faith about it. For 30 years, for 30 years, and they were just around, they do that, and Trump, what happened was that they succeeded what's going to happen. Now he's talking to not to faith, because I'm giving it to Christ, and I'm giving it to Israel, and basically, the way that why that the mother was born, which is listen to this, okay? They brought in Aliyah together, money, Aliyah, it's how much? $180,000. So that's means US dollars. The difference between one the other two were big, and then the meal, and then enough meal, milk and sugar, I said, and wine, good, it's rough, rough and cold, and rough, learning, love learning, loving the this guy, fighter, right, loving mother, Walmart, loving Walmart, very 30 a.m. Stanford, the so what? 3:45 right now, the administration be happy with me because nobody can have the here. Because they have literally of people that are against them. No, no, Right. Another very, very important thing that I hear from people like this, I want to consider this here. And one of the things I hear over and over again is that it's changed my life, life. And I think one of those reasons is, creating a new habit. Creating a new habit means that for 60 days in a row, you become essentially insane. So part of it. And that's the other thing for me because I am since I am a Christian teacher, started doing real estate a little bit. I haven't done it for 5 years, but I'm in real estate. Yeah. So when I started to think about house and car and everything, I start with basically nothing more than figure out. So because I have no to be right, I usually get some places in, start to make stuff. And I think at this point in my life, the two best questions you'll ever be using are just habits that me and Ella to make media, but I haven't missed issues after visions about others preparing to share all the stars and everything over 6 years without missing a single day. And it's because it has constant hustling every day compulsion. It's one of these things that once you get locked into it and you feel when you stop, you don't want to serve because you're just tired of so that's usually give it back. Not give it back. If you have to do it today, you know what it is something you have to do. It's not that. It's just do it. Run right through it. The idea once you build this habit, it's built in a direction you never even imagined. But exercise, whether it's planning, not just lifting heavy stuff. Once I tell you that if you haven't tried it out, you better try it because it's changed your life. Help you change your life. There we go. Change your life. And then finally, I'm just going to say this. There's stuff that changes your life. Family. Healing and learning. Guys, I'm going to tell you a story towards the end of this session. What was I saying? What are connect that change your life? What is it? A little bit of everything. Habits. One is maybe on night. One is, we could go into the fact that the big spot, I don't do that anyway because it never starts coming to fruition. It never starts being fruitful. And when you get another person to want to tell you, you know what? You get consistent with that person. Every skill is carried every way. Every ball can go tomorrow. Every onion is 1,000 balls to go tomorrow. And every year of failure is 1,000 spikes to go. I mean, without education, education, we could still just keep doing it. And for a minute, most of the time, most people trust that has the Lord. This is just natural that start, wow, with our heart open. But let's look at this. We share that description coming from the average. I'm going to get it in one second. I'm traveling, this is travel. By the way, anybody made something, uploaded, that's being tried, everyone looking for the guest right now. The six book company would like to know flying tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. flying to Hartford, Waterloo, that's to 6 a.m. flying to Miami, Saturday, basically from there, New York, and there are 10 days over here, beautiful, whoever does this and whoever believes in unbelievable. Yes, I mean, feeling that is not found in America. There's 3 apartments on the first level, 20 jets a day, so fully loaded, stocks, food, whole bunch of food, everything. Sleep, cook, cake. everything. The basics, you have to use the right thing. Once you teach from 6 to every every day, they are create practical smart okay. So there's quite some companies with smoking and like a different person and you can do it practical. Yeah, yeah. You have to be and the type of vacation over here. Just not the last like with that food, you have to they go to the read for the Hebrew, then read people do it for English. This is Rabbi. This is an banger for faith. All right. Then when I was leaving, very, very nice. You guys are fine. The Bible says to the Israel is like a time tomorrow. Yeah. So if you want, I'm trying to tell you what it's talking about. So you're getting a lot of my stuff. I don't say the name of most famous for Jamaica. Is it called again? Huh? But it was funny. So he started here and he made a lot of money. 500 people showed up learning to do that. They had a banana. You can follow, you can show you the mission follow and stuff. You look at you can together. Relax. Look at it. Wow. Get on. Relax. Good stuff. Things that was expensive. Now for summer. Look at the banana. Going to the special office. Relax. Listen to the day after. Feel unbelievable. You need to look at on a daily basis. All right. First time, you're gonna talk about this is from a business because you have Afghanistan, stuff Meyer Christians related to Christ. So we're gonna say don't be like this is that hard. But this is like shot. Don't be like shot. Like Meyer say this this way nothing but the empty word. This way tomorrow is five to five. You like this stuff? It's out. You need to the prophet. Understand the but it's okay. And I know what else besides that Leia is like problematic in certain ways. Leia is especially not Leia, the Chanukah and Ishmael. You know, basically, the only killing fear of the Muslims actually because the fact that niggas are military last year with intelligence, they go to the majority. That could get gay. Right? Now, now, all of the Jews, there's no more cheetah men. About when you're on safari, no land you can rent from the street. So instead, if you see a space of animals, not science, I was driving to that this year, they donate $5,000 to one thousand. Okay, so I get 5,000. Cheetah stuff is 9,000. We replace cheetah men because fighting later or what's inside of them. Basically, a cheetah chase slash equipment, which is we believe it happens to the cheetah because of the stuff. It's only cheetah men. But he said, I don't want to be called a cheetah man anymore. I want to be real cheetah man. Go Randy, you start the pledge $1,000. Here it is. So I got information. Mary said that at the moment we should read the official player rating for this year. Basically, United rebellion was the first defender for the left restriction of the sports activity of Sega listed that higher. At first, story, man. How long are we in this period? I don't know. 37 minutes? No. How many? What are we? I read how long are we into it? Huh? Can you 15? Oh, that's 16. That's not 16 minutes. Lower. I'll take it further. I allow many of the their concept. Have something like that to a people rebellion in the US to punishment and have it around the community. Well, you guys, MUIR Anonymous, doesn't contain sorrow for those who are Christian and condition that can drop us. Because the real that is there, yes, are you kidding me? Yes, that's real. This is real. That is real. Okay. The way they make it seem when stuff is dropping, the kids better, especially for the parents. The way she got up and said, enough of this talk. And I look back period of time where prior to several, well, I remember the show that people said, where they remember the members try to get out of the show. Because eventually enough, suffering, it's enough of the rooftop. We, but I can't believe we're trying to live in the a lot of people were talking, especially when I saw how funny it was with streaming the podcast, what it is, and we walked into the hotel lobby, the guy, she wants to spend months in his life recreating their why did smoke fire? They recreated the Santa Claus. Now you're because this is the Santa Claus, this one is the fear, the mystery, and who knows what, why? Attention. Yeah, you know, that nice and sudden. This is the cool thing, not funny. Or you, without speaking, without stuttering, you said it. And that's without any buzz. And the thing right away, my voice, again, no way. No way. How do you remember that? Memory, that was hyper. When we asked him, hey, can you have a benefit money? He said, well, it affects his feelings. Like, he's going to feel very terrible. I'm not going to be able to honor your birthday and beautiful present. So, I was like, no way. And this guy, no. When a husband expects his wife to be the example of loving man, it's very easy to do. Because believe this, we all know love class very right. It's not the serious you have to do in this class. And wasn't it? It's only look at people who have no what is this? So like I saw you a little bit of videos, right? Here we go. You guys ready? This is ready for today. Well, some of the questions and the type of the so the big foil oil on the bottom, the foil activity. Then you put the flour into the pot. Then we love which is great. Then break it up into pieces. What's this stuff? Like fries? They say you need to blow your nose. I'm telling you, I do whatever Kenny tells me. All right. Next, minhas foi que minhas mas oh that's the Levine. Yeah, we're middle. We have Levine now. Now we're gonna move the Levine to the side. Move the Shmita. That's not oh, leave it like that. Okay. You put in another sleeve. You see another sleeve. Very good. You put salt. Great. And then put that onto the. No, look at the size of this light. Great. Oh, now it's real light. And then the leftovers, see how you should have seen yesterday at the hot dog that if you get herring, you have some like rub and little piece like a quarter. It's like, no, we just bag to the devil. It wasn't funny when they give me a glass of wine and I drink it with a wine. Damn it. Yeah. So, Minnetonka, take it from Minnetonka smell. Nothing smells flavor. You know, like taking onion, just like straight in, wrap your fingers there, you break it off, it's on your fingers, make sure it's exactly very difficult to know because the big, and that's the that's what goes in the bread. Keep in mind. The rest is beyond food. But if it does itself, it's not a mixed up spice. It's a mixed up regardless. It's not a mixed up smell. It's a mixed up spice. Whatever you mix up, it's nothing when you put the cream stuff. It's great. Nothing but you can eat it. This is saying here, you're with us for exactly, you know, even if he worries about. He most people will. So these 4 hour plays are when it comes to a person. Whatever 4 people do to you that are playing golf, just keep up. You go Kapolo. After you start, you do out of the clear. After that, what do you do? The boys, what do you do? They lost them. You walk them. You wear it, they're going to play. And then you spray it up and you play. Those are the four. So obviously those 4 you have when it comes to me. The Shita, I looked at the future. The Kabbalah is the forward perspective key, as we saw. Right, that is good. What Randy told me, his father wants to go to Bethel, sold Bethel in the 80s, $13,000 married. And then his brother, I don't know why they let the brother bring it to the Shabbos table, but of course, dropped guns, something like that, not protect, it's good. It's sure. Oh, no one even take it. What are you doing? I don't know what's worse. I see him close to the steps, or you going over the steps over there. I see everything. Hello. Video. Deal. That's like a little lower. Wow. Okay, anyway. So, no time is free. People are Kabbalah is free. Leila. And you can walk through the that. What is that prayer lab? To the next floor. And one of these 4 operators have a wall in the room is in any one of the Shalom is the says the most out of this is always four started off 4. He said this is the mitzvah. And then he flipped it on his testimony. Oh, you can really I go back. And then he flipped the joke to exactly as opposed to the question. He started off bad. Of course, you can't take try to make it good. I hear it could start off good and then you mess up. Okay, let's fix it. You start off bad. He says beautifully. He says I was king. He says the other time I was going to they just really hey, who did this for? I said, what? Start off good and then went bad like that. Why? Maybe the whole thing is fine. But that's enough was there's a lack of person. So I think I know. If you start off bad, you realize you went to good. It's like what do you do last? A lot of times when you start with the phone is in charge because of the last question. Maybe you have to buy a light. No, much more. You don't start putting like that and good. Based off the those ones that you think across as meaning, so it's good and bad. You start off with things like say you wanted to it's okay. But I know what the coming from. So what is one when I saw bad in the book, some of the stuff and went bad, and some of the stuff was the place you should have been when you went, great. Ask the Gemara, what do you mean more Ella? Why do I use the word Ella? Only. What does the word only start with? Hey, you speak the word only like Ella. Look at how good. Oh, bring another one. So, the bottom of the only, the only play the soft here. It's already clean. The owner not going to get us apart. But if you do what you need to. And then it's like you could share of other familiar. Just because you messed up doesn't mean you messed up. You messed up once. Go back to the you're supposed to be able to fight day. You started to make us a God. Now you figured it out. Go back to the fight. I'm gonna make a fight now. Keep doing it. Go and bring another one. You just think that it's different place. Because the Rabbi, like I said, or the Ace chocolate really small. Obviously, it's bonus flavor. Rabbi said that if it was also the burger, the oil, and he shifted it, thinking that it's a shalom with it. So don't say, oh, it's a shalom, forget it, I messed up, those 2 years to mess up. No. When you speak the blood on the craft, it is tough, this is enough. You wait for the small, you wait for the these are your Rothschild. Yes, Johnny Bar, took a minute to say, Johnny Bar Jamaica, he was in space, so both I gotta tell you, one of the most emotional stories that I heard of, I know a lot of people tell me this story, he was the guy, kid, up here, hey, after sitting for 10 for 5 years, you don't understand. You go 5 years, right? I haven't looked, he lost in over a year. Minutes primarily right, right, this is an unbelievable story. Essentially, being a man, married, abused as a child, decided to say that he had left his wife, I know he was that able to that he should. Thing is that part two, there was some spirit I'm going out of it. So I was and we have to look at the movie for a lot. Not not to see yourself like a lot. So it is then it's like crying and that is bad. In both of these and get back to yourself and you didn't take it out. Thank you. Because I didn't hear the right behavior. But he said like if you want to change the love of the time and I told him some of these people because it is such a feedback for me on always like right now some of the place what place like can I put it for a lot of walkers struggling and it was because of people. This guy out there talking. What? Let's say person talk about and know much people doesn't mean that that shop is over and that it's over. It's over. It's over. You messed up in the mind. Now that's the time. You count. The first one I can tell you that is definitely and yeah. You messed up for the rest of the day. Just be straight. Be straight in the morning. You're gonna hear for it. Sorry. I'm not considering what you messed up. And that's why it's straight from you. Messed up. People don't realize if it's all or nothing. You shot. Oh yeah, it looks kind of fresh. Okay. I promise you, the brother would love you. Say, listen, from here on out, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna keep shopping. From here on out, yeah, yeah, the best of quarterback. Because you know, I'm not starting shopping. But I can keep it an hour aside. That hour I was good. Way relaxed. Look up. Look it up. Not the attitude of things. Keep in mind, my letter says usually Shami, but it's very closing the club. So he is Shami has an influence. That's why it's seriously. Might stay a little bit. It's not because it's another part. But don't be what you say. Live life. Help people. They need to know this. What one bad thing on the internet, they need to watch all night. Look, don't like it. Whatever it is. Whatever your title is, whatever your remember this version as well. Some people say that most people step up too smart as stuff. That's when they start to rush into the different stuff. That's big problem. First of all, without really, that's what the Charlatan got up here for a long time. I didn't want my son to learn something. And I need all of the we're not going for the $1,000. Yeah, that's good. You know what I'm saying? Fishing was probably $1,000. Or is that fishing? And then it's not working for $1,000. Let's go. So I spend one time $10,000. My car 20,000. Around here, 20,000. The max, yeah, $20,000 up here. That's it. The guy that got $10,000, he dropped out. Nothing. Anyway, but the guy that got the 16 is still doing that. Well, $7,000 to pay. I mentioned in website, the most difficult in the guys that are trying to get involved better, not the farmers. Farmers are not paying. The guy writes me a text to one of the guys. But that's not the $20,000. That's the whole. You know, that's the extent. You know, it's happening. But the weekend, great guy. Yeah. I even found I'm just like cheap, a little bit of it. So no, my brother, no man. Which of course famous nice today, but overall true. You was good. And that was every other year. Bago, he said, remember, kabishime $1 of inflation, kabishime $1 library, to review Upslug. Kamishi, not the dog, $2,000 real quick. And then, sitting there, please don't call me up. Please. Yeah, boy. Get up there. Misha Bela Hamasera, Babu, she said, huh? That's it. Say, get there. $1 later. And then I got another one, you know, people that really give her all $1. Not it's actually great. But doesn't even matter. So here's the problem. Anybody that's part of the BY knows this because we have to make sure. What in another anybody that's supposed to do his job, know the difference? Anybody? That doesn't do it. Yeah, it does stuff, no? Huh? The whole room, everybody knows? Huh? Very good. Who said that? You know that? What's your name? Huh? Yeah. How do you know? With what? With you know how to remember it? God, God, and you. Root of the spirit there, root is you. So that's how you remember too. Clean something. Another array of life. In general, I can do this part. There's different lives that can be another one. The Golga, you. Only with different lives. So how do you remember? The middle of the word of God is God, faith. So, with you. What is it? Spiritual one with you. The Golga, where it goes, triangle. Okay. Sorry. I love it. I raised it. This one, right over. The problem is that in these fucking certain words, this is the start of the double. What says double another. Double another, double, double, double. Hello? I don't know about this, you know, my say that the person that's been great. New York, wow, the double. It's not a double. Oh, a big and big. No, no. Oh, yeah. The double is so familiar. The double is yeah, because let's do something. When in God, it was a dark way. Also, I was saying, the fucking so fire. What's good? What is it up? And give me this. Let's get what is it? This is life. Oh, this is so I got off the plane in the desert. So ground, desert, got up a room in the area. Give a shit. There is no price. Give a shit. That nobody waits. 10 people make $1,000. There's $1,000. First step. You work every minute. There's machine there. But as we're getting it, these guys were watching live. The location in see the same side of the store of the mother supposed to be down. It was, in that look tomorrow. Really old time right tomorrow? We'll go back. Now we're ready. Let's do the thing under the screen. Okay, great. Anybody that says the top that on the stage much easier always. The way they design it tomorrow, on the stage is always easier than on the palette, the cloud cover. It's alright if it's just quicker faster. And you cannot do it on one and a half speed. Plus speed. You're gonna do it on one and a half speed. There you go. Yes. Our mission must be not going with a steamboat. It's not even who says calling them up. If you messed up, you are critical. Instead of thinking that the link has told you from the ground up, stay right, stop there. Go, oh, by the way, where the hell is? Hello, everybody. Bill was entrepreneur that Bill Boy Holly. Bill, it works. So I got another part. the posture, the pose, so whatever is this one that you say, they kind of try to do. That being said, let's say you're at a piece of garment, and it is too large. You check all your references. No, no driving, no shopping. So that the last one, all the level. So you know, so you have a feeling by yourself, and you know, I figure that kind of pressure. And the first thing the word minister said, what's that? Different. Let me tell you something else. Because of that, what you say, I'm going to say minister to you. It was minister. And he ruined it. So it's a, this is minister should minister. The reason why it doesn't happen on minister is you made it so funny instead of minister, instead of making him making him a person instead of making something around the level open if you name of kind of that like Rabbi, well, is it different? Another not being that's what she was putting on us, you know, somebody no one. And he has to do it. Oh, yeah. Never should have played this should have started. There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Dirty Hippie comic person Albert. On Twitter at Dirty Hippie Comic. Seemed like a plane. Troy J. Upton while you all sat there. The plane to mess up by thinking instead of designing the right. Right, J. Instead of today's episode. But it did not. It's just them thinking about love. Because the love of hey, yeah. It doesn't really matter to the first person. You guys, do you like the whole or that is not? Complicated for you. I guess you think about a big order thing. You know, like cover unlike the because of that one of them. That's true. I think you know, this one to do it, don't think it that's as much if you feel it on this one, something pushing the perception of you, but it's just this part of you know, it's making a question. Who is the guy with the biggest part of the info? Instead of a price tag, it was you know, they sound rough, it was rough. How the better to start to on the same as three person together. Which was starting close to me and purpose, which was purpose. Again, here's the question. What's the version mental? Great means love and doesn't look for a purpose. That's no good for you. No, I'm sorry, I was if you want to say something, but I meant to come in, yeah, because you can go, right? The solution, the other solution, what's the muscle? So when it comes to love, it's just a conversation. This 3 and 4 are very good for this type of info. Hello, the rock is rubbing. Human, what we say, just a text, oh, however, the Roman is speaking of which, we do have like a time to labor. What is the great place for that is that's not on the type of first type of info is this 4 kilo. You have a type of service. Nice. Wait for the rest of the time. That's the starting a minute. What about a minute? The minute is like a concept, like a really a minute is like a concept, like a basement. Because but I gotta flag because my system they don't like they want to think very well. Before me, they but I never see the top instead of a joke. Seriously, take a mountain and somebody else to the back. Oh, say it's hard. No, 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 no. So go to the easy guy. They're also related to Sarah. So you know, so it's right to the beat. You what is in the several the action of the state making just think that that's what you have to do. You're getting scared of stimulus. You know, think like tomorrow we can take it again. Some short kilometer assessment. When you cancel, you're going to be able to do what? What am I missing or what am I supporting? How do we have smart? Okay, let's get the proof. I'm not done. 57. Huh? Serious? So that's the first of all, that's how we look a very large information for our control. I was saying how the way of micro is the amount of father Jack and Reed were attempting to share verses life. The Malaysian of Michael's brothers was a very, very big part of the dock out to Miami. And I heard that father, father, Jack, the first father, how long did he be in the dock for? 4 or 5 years. You want to go on the cruise with us? Take it. Daddy and mother is sad. Bananas, engaged the Philippines shot today. 7.5 years of rebellion. Unbelievable. Last 7.5 years. It's very rare to actually have finished their personal. They're like, mother coming down to the human side. You are part of that home. A lot of people start going, even if it's living inside, the sheer middle, we drop off the every day. Every day, it's a long part. Playoff, well, the human side. I want to mention that I went to visit Abu Haya. That's the reference. They were like, you walk here, and the basically the best way to be told to me, Russian president, it was like, oh, you know, something they really say, it's funny. So, let me see. Yes, fine. Yes, reason why it's great. But sometimes it's great. She doesn't need a lot of paper. It's a plastic paper. Grocery paper is small and brown. For the marriage of a CSL of 4, and a drop of off, you know, Rana, and really, that's why for the business, that you also have a solid growth of the table, so American Irish, fabric of every basic come after people learning that remember that the effort from every day, learning the spiritual, powerful video, and it's strong, learn that way, capability, not as ground force, right, right, your city, Rabbi, versus no nails, what he says, is another powerful stuff. How do I learn? I didn't do that. Praising nothing. Good and another paradox is that Toronto, this is that area that quality of a good and there's no limit on it sudden to make players terrible. And actually, by the way, there's two stuff that I know that was here to stop. Over $200 million a year to do. That's what we do the players play to be dismantled. but of course, I didn't knew that I needed to make a video. Okay, so now I know the feeling myself, how I was perceptive. But here's the hook. It's very fun. A lot of people trying to shit. It is. You do actually yeah. Mm, 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 Rabbi, before we take that, you ready to get you ready to get your story? You know, God, Rabbi, look out, look out. I heard you. very close to the campus area. sitting here, my brain is empty. Like I don't know what to do. I'm not saying that it means something. It's maybe like say something. Saying like it's like very acted out. I'm not very coordinated. How like and that's how I'm writing it. Yeah. Here we go. Now we're getting on foot though. Yeah, you know. But I always keep with writing even thinking my process. So So like it's just going to take just the time and the work you put forward for you can generate well it's the acre viewers that are fun. It's really fun. I just gotta keep working on it, man. It's something I want to reach. So like even my mom when I like it's just me bombing every film fucking feeling every stuff. I feel every stuff and then I can get something from the words they never fucking you know. Right? That's the balls take the shot. Just turns and shit something about it. Well, this is who he's afraid of. This is who he's afraid of. The mini camp guy. The guy who's learned to stop inside. Okay, I mean, come on. This beautiful girl. Friday, I have a plan. It's you out there. I'm gonna be there 2 weeks before I leave. So I think that's probably good. I'm gonna be in Boston at last this month. Look it up. Come down, hang out. Yeah, just come down and hang out. Come up to there with me. Whatever. Seriously. Hang around. But hold on. No, no, no. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is why. Look, you know, the way summer comes from all black girl. All right. Talk about fucking nerves. We got me something going on around. Just just being in the environment of a con. So it's like, you know, you have to just do that. Come hang out with me. Or, yeah, you know, just get used to it. That's why it feels rushed. You're also not off. You have to work on that as well. Yeah, that's right. Shitting. Oh, shit. I highly recommend recording yourself. Not only that, check out Rothschild. You get nervous other times in life too. I was pretty good nervous when I was being checked. Yeah. I mean, that's why I want to Tinder out for sure. My legs sucks. That makes a great point. Like, that's how we go to the show. You said I like wrestling. Oh, long back. I don't know too much. And as I said, take it from me, the number one host of the number one live podcast in the world. Hey, anything. You can learn more about comedy. I can figure it out. An hour. There's not a lot of talk here. Google my name. Okay. Comedy store. They don't get it. They never can I say something bugging me right now? Every time Rabbi says an inspirational thing, we clap. Nobody clapped when I invited him into my green room in Boston. That is my space before the show. That is my sanctum. I invited this man into it. Let's just say John versus the volcano. Which snidey country report Rabbi, wake up. No, I'm sitting here alone.
It's Aquarius.
Sleep first.
How was your day?
Girl. Yeah, working my feet way back there.
How was your day?
Stick with my and then just me and her. All right, come on, let's play.
Yes, ma'am. You have an invite.
That's all I did. How was your day?
Oh, it was great. I did two podcasts. The first was the end of a four-part podcast series that I've done with this individual. And the second was with a young lady who was an excellent podcast interviewer because she just let me talk. That's what I want people to do. So I can tell them about all the stuff that I do. And that one lasted like an hour and a half, and it was great. And oh man, and I loved it. So it was really good. I was really happy with how they went.
That was Stacy Carrie.
Oh no way. Okay.
We did that day. I wasn't sure that people like to be like that. Copy stuff. They would. Everything all right. I need to say we love it. Must have problems with it. Some people come back to here.
Yeah. Same here. Dismiss. Ooh, almost.
Right.
And nothing. Oh, almost. Well, that's always good. I think it's going to be a big deal with the Braves. Yep. If I were a betting man, I would say this is the next big one.
My man said, better get that man. Don't stay right in the house. But it's coming from the cruise ship. I ain't never heard that cruise ship. I ain't never heard of that. They said it was from red, something like that. They went to bird watching. And bird watch. Bird watch. I look at this guy and it sounds like a person. Yeah, give music stuff. They said that they were talking about Philo.
Reload is right.
Talking about it. And he said that it's a good bird watching. Really, it's something about. I guess it's something about red or something like that. I forgot what it was coming from. That's crazy. don't know if they get it or what. You gotta be careful what you do. Yeah,
Ooh, almost.
yeah.
I saw that. That was cool. Get it. Get it. Mr. Chris, I was so happy to do this podcast today. And the yeah, the previous one that I've done, they they usually they're really nice because they let me do multiple of them. But I have so much that I want to go into, and this one was an hour and a half, and she had some good questions, some very basic questions. We talked beforehand. She was like, if you want to change anything, you want to edit anything out. So no, and I didn't, and she just let me go, and I felt
That's
afterward,
nice.
absolutely, I felt afterward like very satisfied. Like I was able to talk about all the stuff that I love, all the stuff very much I'm passionate, and just felt really good about it.
Now, Kevin, I heard say something about Leo Tech.
Oh yeah,
Leo Tech. Oh,
yeah, exactly. That's what she was saying. She was saying that she can't believe people still do it, but they do.
yeah, I'm like, kids. I let the kids say that. I was kidding. I say that. Yeah, I got it. I'm not gonna
You, you did. It was great. Yeah, that's my inspiration for that story, bro. Yeah, good job.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
Welcome.
Let's go.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Get it. No, that's okay. You win, I
Yeah,
win.
we know.
I win, you win. Undefeated in both. Undefeated.
Friends, yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, the Leo Tech. That was it's still up there. She did out. Still is out there. I'm supposed to play that for the kids. That it be like kids. It be like 12, 17, 9, 8 years old.
That's right.
My answer would be, I think I gotta go to them cocktails one day. Gotta go to the bank.
Yes,
Wish me
ma'am.
good luck on that.
God willing, everything goes well. Scary, but let's keep it.
All right, I will. You too, okay?
Thank you.
I always forget for you, Rabbi. And you always to be my friend.
God willing, I do my best.
Always friends, right?
God willing, 100%.
I'll be here.
Hey,
And I heard you talking about here. She must be an old friend. She too?
yeah. No, she don't. She and I would talk like more than a year ago. And apparently she broke up with her boyfriend yesterday and it's kind of coming up. And she's really nice person.
Okay. All right. We'll talk to you later. Yeah, when I took a photo from he left. He might be back though.
Yeah, he woke me up. That's okay.
Alright.
What up, dude?
Rabbi,
What up?
sound like you're off the phone.
Yeah, but that's okay. What's up, man?
You know what I was thinking?
What were you thinking, big man?
Whatever happened to the singer passenger?
What? Who's passenger?
You know the song Let Her Go?
Who?
Let Her Go.
No one knows that song.
It has 4 billion views on YouTube, 500 million more views than Baby Justin Bieber.
All right. I mean, people barely know Justin Bieber anymore, but okay. Um, what about?
People know Justin.
Yeah, no. So what about? Is it a boy or a girl? Who's passenger?
Boy, boy,
Oh,
boy. Folk singer. You don't know Let Her Go?
no, nobody knows that.
Only know Big Only know
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Now I know that song. I like that song.
You know what happened?
I don't know, big man. What do you think happened to him?
Yes, yes, that song has 4 million views on YouTube. That was something that's like 3 million, 4 million, or like 500,000. Like why is that song so big? And no, and why don't you ever else of that?
Did you Google it? Like maybe he retired?
It's like one of the biggest songs in the world.
All right. I mean, did he retire?
No, I don't know. But it was like during the 2010, early 2010s, the biggest song in the fucking world. Then he just disappeared and no one remembers who he is.
Yeah. Is he from Australia?
No,
Where's he from?
England,
Oh, well,
UK, Australia, I don't know. But like the thing is, right, he recorded that album in Australia.
okay.
The one that Let It Go in, which is the biggest song he ever had. Probably one of the biggest songs in the world. It's like, has more views than Justin Bieber Baby. Baby has 3.5 million. Everyone knows that song.
Okay.
There's not a person over the age of 35 that you wouldn't be like, sorry, between the ages of 20 to under 35 that wouldn't know what Justin Bieber Baby is.
I'm in agreement. A lot of people would know that song.
But not everyone would know what Let It Go is, but like, they would know the song, but they wouldn't know who's going to sing it. They wouldn't even know who's singing it.
No, I didn't. I until you started singing it, I had no idea what you were.
Like, it is one of the biggest songs in the world. And the guy's just in the pool. No one knows who sung it. One of the biggest songs of all time.
All right, what do you think happened to him? Look, dude, I'm just gonna save us a bunch of time. What's this asshole's name?
Singer. What do I think happened? What do I think happened? I think he's still doing music.
All right,
I think he just had that successful one hit and he just doesn't need to do anything else. He could have made his career. He's still making music.
right.
He's never gonna have a song that big.
I mean, he might.
Do you know what? I think?
What do you think's gonna happen, dude?
No, I think people at the same time Ed Sheeran fell off with the similar style, but the young Ed Sheeran was younger than he was. The studios wanted to promote Ed Sheeran.
Okay, did they want to call Riser? Why don't you call Riser? Why don't you call Riser?
Was that? Okay.
Just call
Was it
Riser.
a big song in the US?
Uh, yeah, it was. It had some commercial success.
It's the most video that was ever made in Australia. Videos in Australia.
That's baller. Is does Riser know about this topic? Okay, so I advise that you tell him about it. Let's hear what he has to say. So why don't you call him and tell him? And what happened?
He said, fuck you. He said, come Discord.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Fuck you. He texts back saying, fuck you.
Just now. Okay, well you get rewarded for your excellent work. So
Okay. Grab
I'm sending you a dice party just because you were so cool.
Name me another one. Name me another one.
I know, I'm thinking of somebody who is truly a one hit wonder and really doesn't have anything else that people have recognized. Because a lot of people who they say are one hit. Oh, look who it is.
I think personally I've had some of this on before. They just like they'll play the shit.
What up, Riser?
Serious. Hair. Raza. Yo. Are you feeling everybody?
No, I wouldn't cheat on you like that.
Last one. Do you know this song?
They're
Do you know
guys.
this song by Passenger called Let Her Go? I heard it.
You would know it if you heard it.
Sing it.
Sing it.
Karaoke.
Karaoke.
Doesn't
Does
sound
it
like
sound like
Only know when
only
you're high,
know
when you're going on.
going
Only know
only
you
know
love her when you let her go.
let it go.
You know that song?
yeah, your
Yeah,
singing
your
voice is
singing
like
voice is
low key
low
good.
key, but
Zeus,
just
No,
just
I'm in the mood
yeah,
right now.
right.
Sing.
Sing.
Only know when you
Only
Why
know
the
high,
fuck
why
not,
the fuck
dude?
not, dude?
only know you love
Only
her
know
when
you
you let
love
her
it,
go.
when
You let her go.
you let it go.
Zeus like obsessed with this song.
It's really not
Really
ringing a
not
bell. I'm
ringing
gonna
a
need
bell.
your
I'm
like
gonna need your
instrumentals. Can you do
can
the
you do
instrumental?
it?
Who the fuck's
What
Rabbi?
fuck's Rabbi?
I'm right here, baby.
You're seeing.
Let's see.
Oh, I froze.
You don't know?
You don't know?
I need
I need to hear like here. Let me. I'll listen to it. What are you typing? Just let it go real fast. Okay. I'll probably. It has 4 billion views. Though. Jesus, yeah, I'm sure you heard it on the listener. Is this your jams? It? I'm just saying, what happened to that guy? I don't know. Probably scammed people with digital real estate in the metaverse. Which is what like fake.
Okay.
Yo, this song's man.
What?
Yeah,
Good.
Man,
man.
Oh, you like
man,
it?
yeah, like
Yeah,
beautiful.
beautiful.
That's 4
That's
billion
4
views.
billion views. And he disappeared. Is he actually like a missing person, or did he just stop putting out new work?
Yeah,
Yeah.
shut up.
What up?
You do that.
What up?
No, no one knows. No one
No one
remembers who he
remembers
is.
who he is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
come on.
Zeus is obsessed with this stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go on.
Go on.
Go on, you can't miss it.
I just
I
find
just
it strange. Guy has more views than Justin Bieber.
Well, maybe if you blew him like you sound like you want to, he'd get more views. Roger, how you living, Tim?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
blessed.
Too blessed to be.
Shout out to the West High.
Too
I'm
blessed.
like a eagle down beautiful.
Are you too blessed to be stressed?
Hell yeah.
Excellent.
No negative energy in my mind.
That's excellent to hear. Um,
Would you play?
would I? Yeah,
Hmm?
I would because it would mean there's a really good chance of world peace and everybody would understand. I've never blown a dude. I've never blown a dude, but if I had to, everybody would understand. They'd be like, dude, Rabbi's the coolest good person ever. They're the straightest motherfucker ever, but realize that they are going to transform all of our lives into more peaceful, understanding, sincere, a sincere world, and all they had to do was suck some dude's dick all day long.
God,
What a team.
Exactly.
that sounds like that's what sounds like a president.
That's kind of hilarious.
Dude stepped up to the plate. Took an L for the whole world.
Oh, gee, I got five in a row.
Peace prize.
Oh yeah.
You know what's
You
annoying
know what's
about that,
annoying
Rabbi?
about that,
What's
Rabbi?
annoying about that, dude?
I could have gone for the dog.
Yeah, you could have, dog. Guys are. I did two podcasts today, and they went phenomenally. The first one was the part four of with this guy from Czech Republic, and then I did a podcast with a woman, which I haven't done a podcast with a woman in a long time, and she was amazing. Shout out to Elizabeth. And I think you both know, I have a lot to talk about, and you gotta just give me my time to be able to go through it all, or else I'm gonna be frustrated. And my other podcasts have been like series, which is cool, but you get all this momentum going, and then you gotta stop. Momentum going, and then stop. Momentum going, and then stop. And this one was an hour and a half, and I got to read through all my blog posts, which is baller. And I just really,
Rabbi,
I just really
if I hit
enjoyed
a
it.
little straight,
So you're not gonna do that, so why don't you stop dreaming? No large straight, dog. If you get a large straight, this game is rigged. There's no way. You're done. It's over. It's over, dude. Don't try it. You need a three
but
and
I
a
made
four.
a 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's over. Champion. Zoot Zoot missed by one. It's over, Zoot. And then I fell asleep after. And then Zoot came in here and was like, Rabbi, Rabbi, Rabbi. I know you can hear me. Um, I just saw you move, and he was absolutely right. And that awoke me, and it was right at 8. And now he's here, now you're here, and now I'm happy.
I gotta go to me.
With who do you have a meeting? Zoo, with whom do you,
Beyonce.
with Beyonce?
Yeah, fuck Beyonce.
Okay, like no, you don't. What do you mean you have a meeting with someone and you can't say?
Yeah, I mean, it would be surprised. Honestly, it would be surprised by Jay-Z and Beyonce. They need devotees.
Oh, you got that chick. All right. Yeah, but you made it sound like your investment. You made it sound like your investment firm's board of trustees was having a closed room board meeting. I'm like, with whom does Zoo have to be? Zoo comes in here and tells us the deepest, darkest secrets of the world.
Meeting to Zoot. His webcam is looking at his hands. Nowhere to go now.
That's absolutely right. And
His hands are so lost. They're more lost than all of that.
yeah, okay. What are the odds of
So
this
I
go?
can't
What are the odds of
ready
this?
to buy a t-shirt fit.
What are the odds that this go flakes on me?
What?
What are the odds that this go flakes on me?
Zoot has way too much more. That's the thing. He's got book store knowledge. He's got super spreader type confidence.
You're hilarious.
It's just another like flip of the page for Zoot.
100, 100%.
Now that you can't phase Zoot.
No, no, definitely. How was your day?
Good as fuck.
That's great. Why was it good as fuck?
Got energy, bro.
That's baller. Um,
There's like, I don't know.
was it C? Was it C?
Good out.
Was it carbon 12
Got the carbon 14 in there.
or carbon 14? What am I able to measure your bone density and find a spike of carbon 14 on today?
There's definitely a spike in carbon 14 today on my school.
excess production of neutrons in the atmosphere.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. So I was thinking about this, like,
Throughout the atomic civilization started bred energy.
I was thinking about this last night or this morning, and I'm like, no, I cannot believe I was trying. Well, I think pretty successfully defending the argument that there's some shenanery, what do you call it? Chicanery, uh, within the atomic industry. And at the end of the day, I do think they exist, but not for any of the reasons that you gave, not any of the reasons that anybody else gave. I believe there's something there because it has been reported multiple times, like en masse, that aliens fly over our nuclear weapons bases and shut down the power there. And if they uh, they wouldn't do that, in my opinion, if we were bluffing.
Um, yeah, I mean, that's one angle to it too.
No, that's the
Is
most
that the aliens are don't want to give us control over that type of power,
Doug, do you know what?
and arguably like the whole like race for AI is for like and like quantum computers is for like decryption, which is basically like a proxy to unlocking superpowers or domination and control.
I'm in agreement with you there. Um, there's this documentary on. Maybe we should watch that tonight, but some other time. On the school in Zimbabwe, very famous. It was a bunch of kids who were at recess one day, and a craft landed at their school in their schoolyard, and hundreds of kids. It's like, well, like maybe like 95 kids at least were witness to this, and they said that these little creatures came out and communicated with them telepathically, and like the two things that they were told uh, were like you should be peace-seeking individuals, and that you should not allow the proliferation of nuclear weapons. And these are like little kids who didn't really that didn't click with them. That those aren't kind of discussions they would ever have. And they went and told their teachers, and the teachers were like had to witness this as well. And then the crap like took off, and all these kids were like, dude, what was that? And so they reported it, and it made the newspapers, and it was just seen as like a mass, a close encounter of like the second kind, I believe, maybe the first kind. Anyway, let me look at that scale really quickly. Uh, Close encounter of the first kind, second kind, third kind. So
Is
first,
there like footage of these witness accounts?
no, this was like in the. Let me look. I'll look up the year. So the first kind
So
is
it's just some guy typing on the internet.
no. Oh yeah. Is there footage of the kids? Yeah. So this is what makes this case really interesting. That was like 30 years ago, and all the people are grown, and they all have the same memory. None of them changed, and none of them came out and said that we were faking it. I think of they had at least like 30 witnesses who went on camera. They all but one wanted to go on camera again. I don't know why the one person didn't want to go on camera, but I think it had to do with they were just more private today. Um, Zimbabwe mass UFO sighting school. It happened in okay, so it's called the Aerial School UFO incident. Apologies, it was 60 kids. Uh, oh no, it was over 60 kids, so it could have been when over 60 kids at Aerial. Okay, so this happened in 1994, and uh, they reported witnessing a silver dish-shaped craft land near their playground. The children described seeing small humanoid beings with large black eyes and tight-fitting black suits, who communicated a telepathic warning about environmental destruction and technological dangers. Investigation: the case gained international attention when Dr. John E. Mack, a Harvard psychiatrist, interviewed the students and concluded reunion just recently, like in the last 5 years. Uh, okay, so 62 children. All right, so yeah, then the former students have participated in reunions and documentaries such as The Phenomenon in 2020 and Aerial Phenomenon in 2022, where now adult witnesses reaffirm the authenticity of their childhood memories. Despite the passage of time and the migration of many participants to countries like Canada and the United Kingdom, the group remains one of the most cited examples of a credible mass UFO encounter due to the long-term consistency of their accounts. And they all drew pictures of it and what it looked like. So that's a good one. I mean, that's a good mass uh, witness of it. Anyway, how did we get there? Uh,
Zoo with below last
well, that's obvious. No, the thing about the aliens over uh, nuclear facilities. So, dude, I just want to say I had such a good podcast with this woman. She initially just let me go and talk about like live streaming. Then I got to get into mega projects, and then I got to just go down the list of my Medium articles and highlight them. I didn't read them all, but we talked a lot about the technology part of it and the moderation part of it, and um, at the end, she was just a really, really nice person. And if she ever sees this, she should. And I said it made me recognize what a really good podcast host needs to be. And I'm not saying the previous people I've had have ever been this way, but I've never had a podcast host who was like, we can take as long as we. Maybe they might have said that previously, but due to technological constraints, usually on their end, uh, these things have had to be broken up, and it's just like I can't really get too in depth without with being with having it split up. But this one, she just let me go.
That's dope.
Dude, it was
That's what I know like hyperbole do as many podcasts as you can. You're like the Vsauce of like
well,
futurism.
yeah, perhaps. I mean, I don't know everything about aliens, dude. I do know the people though who are at the forefront of this. There are two guys on Twitter. One of them is known as Red Koala Panda. He's he he's I don't want to say he's a friend of mine, but he's like a digital friend of mine. We definitely know each other. He's been in my he's been in my Twitter Spaces, and he's helped me to host Twitter Spaces. He and I are um, we're tight. And then the other guy's name is Chupacabra. And then there's another guy who deserves credit too. His name is Full Stack Logan. Um, basically, these three guys are like always hosting Twitter Spaces, always, and they're always on like UFOs and stuff. To the point where they were uh, red red Cat Panda and Chupacabra were cited on the Joe Rogan experience. They were actually mentioned on Joe Rogan, and I freaked out because I'm like, dude, I know those guys. They had somebody was talking about aliens. Um, it was last January, and they or maybe it was this January. It was I remember it was in January, and they were talking about the alien phenomenon, and somebody was like, yeah, if you want to follow this, like the the people who are always doing this, the red hat panda and chupacabra, and I'm like, dude, I know both those guys. We've been friends on X and on some of my accounts, and I've spoken to them. They both know who I am. Like, not like it's one thing to be like, oh, I think I know that person. Like, oh, Rabbi's here. Hey, Rabbi, come on up. We'd love to talk with you. Like, there's a big difference, and they've always been really cool to me, especially Red Hat Panda, because I know him a little bit better. Those are the guys, in my opinion, who are at the forefront of the UFO uh, phenomenon. Though I push it.
Where are they like free treat?
Yeah. Well, that UFOs are here. That we're in a period of soft disclosure. That like these are the guys who are like tweeting about when they're reading what the Trump administration just released on UFOs and like I've got to say, I'm not the person who's going through that. I'll wait for someone to disseminate it to me. I just don't have the time or the energy to think.
Really? Damn.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna be so for the UFO.
Well, dude, I've been jerked off so many times by so many different administrations, and the thing is, I already know that they're here. This is on the front page of the New York Times. Like, what more do you need? In my opinion, like that's the most credible newspaper in the United States, and it was already disclosed in 2017. What more do you need?
Could this be like a nuclear bomb effect where they're trying to psyop people into believing that there's some like supernatural force on Earth and the war people or whatever should surrender in Iran or some shit.
I don't know about that, but
The aliens chose us to work with them, and you guys we have their like missile technology, so you guys should just give up the fight, please.
I get what you're saying. Well, I would say this that the technology that's involved with the UFO phenomenon is more impactful than even nuclear weapons or nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is amazing, but anti gravity is another. Anti gravity allows you.
Yeah, but I don't like how the thing hinges on element 150 and like the only account of that really exists is like Bob Lazar's
No,
thing, and
that,
he went
no,
on Joe Rogan and said that he like lost the footage where they're experimenting with it.
no. I don't mean to discount what you're saying, but he's just the most famous one, and he's the one that I always talk about. But there are other people who have confirmed this story. And being at Explore,
Like, what's the most convincing thing that element 115 made the human
yeah, his name is
contact?
Dan Burrish. Um, he's a geologist, who worked at Element One, worked at Explore, and worked with Element 115. And um, I may have made you watch like it's short. It's like 30 minutes. I think I made you watch it of an account of what goes on. Yeah. This is with J Rod, like 6 levels deep or five, whatever, 5 levels deep or 4 levels deep at Area S4 where the alien lives.
Where
And that whole story's not from Bob Lazar. That's from Dan Burrish. And there are other really interesting stories to this. There's a guy named Phil Schneider.
there's one dude who was like a UFO guy, and he was given like all these UFO talks, and then I was watching like a video or reading about it, and they're like, yeah, this guy, he maybe you'll know what I'm talking about. He said he's like missing like a finger or two
Yeah,
fingers or
dude, you just
something.
took, dude. Stop. Yeah, I was literally just saying there's a guy named Phil Schneider, and then that's when you came in with that. Yeah, we were talking about the same guy.
Okay, well that guy, the guy who goes around saying that he's been to like S4 and he's got like missing two fingers because an alien took them. That guy literally, like someone got like the FBI or something to give like a background check on him, to, like release this file that, and of course people that are that believe in S4 will say that it's completely fabricated and disingenuous, and they're trying to just persuade public opinion otherwise. But what they presented was that this guy was inside of a psych ward, diagnosed with schizophrenia, and he harmed himself by like chewing off like his fingers or something. And um, I don't even know if it's possible to chew off your fingers. So maybe it is why. But
No, they're basically
It's different.
saying that this guy is like a certified scammer. Okay, so maybe we're not talking about the same guy. The guy I'm talking about, his name is Phil Schneider. He worked on the program to build the tunnels for the military industrial complex, the deep underground military bases. And
I feel like it's the guy. I'll search for it.
yeah, but he died in the 90s. So anyone who's saying like I did an FBI search on this guy would be like, dude, it had to be like 25 years old. And
And FBI has been around now.
oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. But um, I mean, here's the thing: why do you listen to what other people have to say about this man when you can just listen to him and hear that he speaks incredibly, incredibly coherently and intelligently? He doesn't speak like somebody with mental illness by any means, not even close. And he's speaking in front of a crowd. It's not like he's just
No, I watched the video of this guy's missing fingers, his timer closed. I'm pretty sure I don't know how many missing fingers guys there are, like he buried his face. The guy, yeah, sounded like super convincing and whatnot. I don't
exactly.
know.
Okay, and then in the same way, they said that Bob Lazar didn't work at Los Alamos. They did FBI background checks, all kinds of stuff on him, and he was in the phone book. So what I'm saying is like that's lazy. In my opinion, that's lazy research because those types of documents can be altered.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I'm in one camp or the other. I'm just saying that I don't know. I feel like people try to discredit the people that are coming forth as basically just insane LARPers or make up fabricate something that may or may not be true. It's kind of hard to tell the source other than just whatever you think is the truth. Um, like I don't know. I see no reason why aliens shouldn't exist. And if you think about it, like if you don't, if you do not believe in aliens, you're basically saying that consciousness is like limited and constrained and like cannot be beyond what our consciousness is. But our own consciousness is arguably levels higher than like a butterfly, which only has like a few neural pathways and shit. So it's like I don't know, it's not that crazy of a thought to think like there could be something more advanced than we are in
Yeah.
my personal.
So the interesting thing about Phil Schneider is the way he lost those fingers allegedly was a particle beam weapon that was shot at him by an alien race underground. It's known as the Rothschild War or the Underground War. But basically, the story is this: there would this group, uh, this group of contractors were building this tunnel deep underground that connects all of the um, maglev trains of the world, or the secret maglev trains, basically that the military industrial complex uses.
This
And
is the guy who claimed that there's like hundreds of underground bases.
a lot of people call that. This isn't just one person.
Okay, but he does spout about many underground bases.
But a lot of
Because
people,
I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure if I'm thinking this, I feel like we're thinking of the same guy. There's not that many missing fingers at four tunnel people. So I'm pretty sure that guy was like, yeah, there's like 215 like underground bases that he was working on the tunnels allegedly, right?
that's correct.
Okay. How do I spell his name?
It's
FILSCH.
no, it's PHI. Stop. It's PHIL space SCHNEIDER, I believe.
Yeah.
And he has multiple lectures that he gives. At no point does he ever sound unintelligent or uh, does he contradict himself. So whatever person, and I'd say this for anyone out there who says, "Why did an FBI background check on the guy and it says that he chewed off his own finger?" Okay, that tends me to think that you are either incorrect, that you've been misled, or that you don't know what you're talking about. Like, put yourself out there. Put your FBI background check out there. Anybody can just go in the comments and say, "This guy chewed off his own finger." So anybody. Put yourself out there. You go get an interview. You go take questions from the public.
Um, it's of course unconfirmed whether that file is legitimate or not. Like I said,
It
I
even it even could be it could even be
that
legitimate.
I know definitively.
It could even be legitimate and has just been altered, just like they did with Bob Lazar. They said Bob Lazar did not work at Los Alamos. That was clear cut evidence that they said you can't believe this person because he did not work at Los Alamos. And then George Knapp, a reporter, went with Bob Lazar to Los Alamos National Laboratory in Los Alamos, New Mexico, and Bob Lazar knew the place like the back of his hand and was able to show them that he was in the telephone book. So it shows that these guys lie. It shows that they manipulate people's background.
I mean, we'll never know conclusively.
Oh, yes, we will. Yes, we will. The truth will eventually come out. There will be some kind of technology that allows you. I was already reading about this. That allows you to find out anything from the past. It may be alien technology, like Project Looking Glass kind of a deal. Speaking of glass,
Yeah, I find reading like people's telepathy report super interesting.
speaking of glass, I was on this Reddit subreddit earlier today, and it gave me a bunch of topics on which I want to write, and I think you would find some of these to be interesting. There's like suppressed technology that is available, uh, or was once available, was no longer available. A lot of it has to do with planned obsolescence, but I wanted to read it. Just a moment. All right, so there's a technology available to identify the source of microplastics. There's something called the Phoebus cartel, the people who control the light bulbs of the world. And actually, the United Arab Emirates uh, contracted the uh, light bulb manufacturers of the world and said, "We want a light bulb that lasts for 50 years." And they created this. It has thicker filaments than other light bulbs, but it's only available in the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, like in Saudi Arabia or something. It's and you can't get it shipped anywhere else. But I thought that was really interesting, and that we know that light bulbs can last hundreds of years. There's a light bulb in California that's been going over 100 years, and it's on camera. It has a live stream. So like when people are like, "Oh, you have the world's largest, longest live stream," no, I don't have longer than that light bulb. But not a lot. If the light bulb is in a firehouse in like I think it's Lancaster, California, um, something like that, or Livermore, California,
I
whatever.
mean, it's like the same thing with like tires, or I saw this Facebook ad by this guy. I was saying that the pants will like last a super long time or whatever. The most durable pants you'll ever buy will wear, yada yada yada. So
Yeah, yeah,
it
that's
goes
true.
against the grain of the interest of companies that produce um, things that end up sustainable for sure. something if they're because it's a company that's trying to maximize profit, not environmental sustainability and economic benefit.
Agreed. And they passed a law in 2017 in the United Kingdom where that was supposed to make these types of practices illegal. Other things,
I mean, I think maybe we were talking about this at one point earlier. It may have been like a clip on Joe Rogan, but there's like NASA has invented like these airless tires supposedly, and they're like chain like inflatable, or not inflatable, but they just maintain their shape. They're like made of like weird like space material.
yep,
They're arguably like $10,000 a wheel or something.
I
They
have
exist,
I have
and
that I have that on my list.
yeah, I mean, it's strange that like no person. I mean, possibly NASA has just like patented the technology and they have like $1 trillion of like legal funding to just gatekeep and patent control. Which I was listening to this thing on my one of my favorite YouTube channels is this guy called the Bailey, and he's like a criminal and defense and firearms lawyer from like Alberta, and he's so goddamn funny. But he's talking about like there's like these two magicians that were like one of them was suing the other one, trying to make the other one disappear, and
Is that a
they're
joke?
basically
Is that a joke?
alleging
Is that a joke?
yeah. They're alleging that this one of this these like magician dudes, whatever his company is named, like basically had a bunch of like shitty patents for like these magic kits, and so if any competitor company would try to like release their own magic kit, he basically just basically they're claiming that he's extorting people by saying like, oh, I have a patent for this like thing that even though it's like super vague and like kind of like a bullshit patent, he's just like I'm just gonna sue the heck out of you if you proceed with this, and then basically gatekeeping these people with like the threat of patent lawsuits. And I also saw this dumbass live streamer named like Boozy or something. He's like one of the top streamers.
I know who he is.
And this idiot was trying to he like live streams something, but he like goes like this like motorcycle shop thing, like they sell motorcycles, and he like gets a motorcycle, and apparently he just like test drive this motorcycle, but the motorcycle had mirrors on it, and then he like goes up to the people on stream, and he's like, "You could have killed me. I asked for a motorcycle that had mirrors, and you gave me this motorcycle with mirrors on it. Like, you better hope I don't sue your ass. Like, you almost killed me today." And it seemed like he was literally trying to intimidate them and extort them with the threat of a lawsuit. Even though the guy in the like Chinese motorcycle shop was like, dude, you literally took the motorcycle out and like test drove it. Like, if you didn't want mirrors, don't test drive the motorcycle with mirrors. But the guy was like, he literally seemed like a Antifa member, like going around trying to intimidate people with covering like the lawsuit as their conscious. Not a great move in my opinion, and especially to stream your like street terrorism to people. Not not a great thing.
I know who that guy is. If we're talking about the same guy.
I think he does like 24-hour streams. He's not like Jack 30 streams.
Yeah. I've seen
He's
it
always
too.
like fighting with people, like trying to. It's like I don't know. I guess the audience is always stirring up shit.
I've seen that guy. One time he was like, "You want to know how much kick is botted?" And he's like, "Watch this. I'm gonna start a stream, and uh, I'm gonna call my guy who bots all of the kick streamers, and within like 5 minutes, I'll have 15,000 people watching me." And then he made that into a clip, and it got a bunch of views. But yeah, Fousey, Fousy, right? Or
Yeah,
Fousey,
no,
something
I
like
guess
that.
Netflix bought it as well. Shitty ass stream.
Exactly. All right. So they make clothing that's basically out of seatbelt material that is stain proof and really durable. Another thing is nylon panties. It's called sheer. Basically, they don't tear or rip. And another is, um, I guess they have this in Ireland. We don't. This is new to me, but it's called ranked choice in an election, where if you, let's say you vote for somebody and they end up losing, you can transfer your vote to somebody else, like the second best guy or whatever. Um, they have something in like anodes in a hot water service tank are like made out of plastic. A lot of things that these companies know that the plastic parts don't last as long as the metal parts, so they'll make the outside of the machine out of metal, so it looks metal. But then they'll just put like one or two parts in there that are plastic that over time are like guaranteed to melt, and that's what they do. Another is airless tires. Another is lighted tires, which I've seen. They had them in the '60s. They were like made out of like glow in the dark material. Another
Do
plastic.
you think that they'd be able to make like a gasket for a car that like doesn't turn to shit over time? Because like it's
What?
kind of like comical how you'll have a car and it's like, oh, head gasket is blown. It's $3,000 to repair it. So you have to replace the whole engine. The actual gasket itself is like 40 cents. And I mean, and I guess it's like just like the heating cooling cycle of rubber over time. And like it's kind of like we should be able to solve this. I feel like.
They made in East Germany until 1980 something called Superfest, which is a brand of drinking glasses. It was made of a chemically strengthened glass that were notably strong, and they wouldn't break, but they were like made illegal or something, or not produced anymore due to planned obsolescence. Another, so that's unbreakable glass, unbreakable plates. Um, the fact that GPS can get your location even closer down to 1 meter, yet that's only allowed for government. It's not allowed for.
Isn't arguably unbreakable glass just like hardened plastic? Because I've seen phones where people are advertising phones where they just chuck them off of 3-story buildings. It's literally just like hardened plastic that won't shatter.
I think this is glass. Glass is silica. Plastic is
I mean, you can
petroleum
also
based.
just use like plastic,
Well, no, then you get
like
microplastics in it.
plastic wine glasses.
Then you get microplastics in your system. This is glass. It's silk. So,
I feel like plastics only leach under certain conditions like hot temperatures.
which is what you use plates for.
No, I'm talking about like drinking glass and
Well,
like the temperature.
I'm
Like
saying
if you're just drinking like room temperature wine out of plastic glass, I feel like it's gonna leach as much as like a water bottle out in the sun.
uh, that's a valid point. I mean, there are different kinds of plastics, but this is glass, so it doesn't have any microplastics, and it was used in Germany up until 1980 when they made it like no longer available. Another is
What was the GPS thing?
yeah, So like GPS is much more accurate than people give it credit for. The government can get it down to under 1 meter, but consumer GPS is far less accurate. Like if you're using Waze or Google Maps or something like that, it's like not as accurate as it could be. So it's pretty good, but it could be better. Um, what else is there? Um, so there's a consumer rights act that was passed in England after people found out that Germany had washing machines with plastic parts, and I just would like to see those kind of things passed in the United States. So anyway, I thought that stuff was pretty interesting, and I want to write on those topics. Living in the future. Are you ready to lose? That's my big question. I mean, you can go over here and jerk yourself off over nuclear weapons and aliens and unbreakable glass, but my question is this: are you ready to lose?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting on the
Oh, I know. I want to send you a different kind of game. No word helper.
I don't. What's the word helper? Is that like the bonuses on the board?
No, well, you don't even know what word helper is.
There's no word helper. I'm not getting helper.
Then you'll be fine with.
Damn.
Then you'll be fine with word helper off.
What's the word helper in the game?
It tells you like if it's a word or not.
Uh,
So let's see how we do without word helper, and then we'll see.
it's gonna suck.
Oh,
Wait,
because
what if you submit? What if you submit a word that's like not valid? Altogether played out.
no, there's some bullshit. Um, there's still a way to do it a word helper, so don't think there's a word helper. You'll see.
I love it when I get inundated with garbage files. I mean, it tells you you can submit a thing or not submit it. So
Right, so you could just sit
it
there and
just
click
doesn't.
it.
You can still just guess, right?
Yeah, it just would take longer to like keep submitting if you didn't have a word.
It seems like the exact same thing. Although it's like blue instead of green. The colors kind of throw me.
Well, we'll see how you do without the helper, and if you win, then I'll say that the helper was bullshit. And if I
There
win,
is a helper because it's like I can
I can
just
just
um it won't let
won't
me
let me
submit it
submit
if
it
it's
if
not
it's not
working.
working.
exactly. There should be a game mode that is you can try to submit it, but if it's not a word, you lose your turn. So then
Yeah.
You're only playing like words that you really know are true and spelled correctly. That's baller. But all I know is I'm doubling your score right now, so it seems like word helper is a necessary.
Yes.
Yes,
The game
game
apparently
apparently
wants
wants
me
me
to have
to
first
first
titles.
title.
I
I
mean,
mean,
these
these
titles
titles
are
are
have never
have
been
never been
gotten figured out. I was going
there's
for
going for
bullshit
bullshit bingo.
and
Bingo.
now is
Now
my
is my
spot.
spot.
Yeah, I have a question. Why you normally seem to do so well when you get the word? It's just like when you don't have it, you don't do it well.
I'm giving you a shit pile of scores. One one.
So is that what it is?
It is.
Yes.
How sure of you of this? How sure of you of this stuff?
Not
Not
even
even.
not even
Not even
worried. I'm
worried. I'm
getting
getting
all
all
the
the
giving you a
giving
little
you a
head
head
start
start.
because
And,
turtle versus
turtle
the
versus
bear.
bear.
And I'm a turtle.
Did you know that it's your turn and that you're more than doubled right now?
That was good. That was really good. That was really good.
Mm,
Do you take pride
you
in
take
just
pride
stealing
in stealing
the spots
the spots
that I was about to?
that I was about to.
Not a word.
Not a word.
Definitely not a
Definitely
word.
not a word.
Also,
Also,
definitely not a word.
definitely not
There's
a
no
word. There's no
two-letter
two-letter
B or
B or
that was a
that was
great
a
waste
great
of
way
an
to
X.
connect.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Damn,
Then
that stupid X
stupid
ball was very
actor
nice
was
for
very
me.
nice for
You're welcome.
Well,
well,
oh wow, that was Samuel. I placed
my
I
place
placed that
I
down
placed
last.
that down.
See how much you gotta squeeze out block the corner off this.
You're up, big dog.
And
It's not so much that I'm good at this game. It's I'm good and good looking. It's just incredible. It's just incredible domination.
that was one of the worst things I've ever seen.
So you know that it was the best. That it was the best. And without word helper, you stink. Do you want your turn back?
I'm getting the worst luck on these tiles. Such a terrible move.
Why do you think it was terrible? Doug, are you not seeing the scoreboard? I'm not even trying. I'm multitasking and just showing sheer dominance. Doug, see, you need that word helper.
I need some fucking tiles. Absolute dog shit. Yo, how the fuck?
Word helper, word helper assistant, devastating, devastating. You got to play the next one or you forfeit.
I don't know. I'll play when I'm being suppressed. I got awful. The X, the J, the S's, the Y's. How many Y's you got? Like 4 Y's?
They added them. They added them just for this game.
Yeah, I don't know how many matches you need for a one-up game. No less. playing
You haven't been this far behind in a game at this stage in a long time. It really tells me how much you rely on word assist. I'm a purist of this game. I hope you understand that. Oh, Ta.
not giving me any blank tiles.
Okay, so you're blaming the game? Is that what I understand?
Game is inspiring against me.
This bitch is over. Folks, I think we're all seeing that Riser just plays blindly and just puts tiles down and hopes that they work. When any true expert of literati has to play the way that I play. They go, damn. Ooh, that was good. This might be a mistake, but I'm just gonna play it just to be a pimp.
Those things, appreciate that.
Are you fucking serious?
You know how they were in there, sir. That's just nine. We all know. Oh, you're gonna play the queen.
Yeah,
Wow.
I am playing the queen. You got a triple word score on a queue, and you're still down by so much that I can literally multitask to my heart to my heart's
So
desire.
you really, I would have gone, I would literally gone like bullshit, fucking shit right there.
What would you have played? What would you have played?
Played Requiem for like a million points.
Requiem isn't a word. Requiem is a word, but requiem isn't a word.
Yeah, whatever. Requiem.
Who the fuck calls it requiem?
I thought it was Requiem or Requiem is like a word.
Yeah, it is requiem. You call it requiem.
That's what I know Requiem.
But saying people are not down by 84 points. All right, where did you play? Oh, you passed.
No, again, he was selected.
Notice people, I just give it right back because I'm kind and I'm amazing and I'm just really nice. Notice people when Riser does not have word assistance, he plays like absolute dog shit. Just the worst. He played Fred. Hero. Arrow. Hero. It's like barely a word. So it's not even like that.
Yeah, because Kui is definitely spoken all around
How many tiles are remaining?
1,100,000,000,000,000,000. Uh,
I didn't know it was possible to be this dominant. I am in cruise control, folks. It shows how much Riser depends on word helper. Like in this situation, term, just dominant, folks. If you're watching this at home, you recognize dominance when you see it.
gave me 400 eyes at the beginning of the game. Gave me nothing but vowels at the beginning of the game. I still have, now I don't have any vowels. I just have straight dog.
I like your story. Okay, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? Right. Folks,
Wow. Alexander.
this was just dominance. My man played Keith or six. Now's your turn to make a move.
Yeah, that place is literary.
Folks, if you're at home and you're watching it, you're like, was Rabbi ever challenged? The answer is no. The answer is just unequivocally no. And that's really interesting because the only thing that we changed in the game was
Rigging the tiles.
I didn't rig anything, Rob. This was a blowout. This this was a blowout. This was a blowout. Riser had the Q. Riser had the K. Riser had the V. Riser had a Y. No, he didn't. Okay. All right, but you had the Y. You had the I. Uh, I had the Z. I can tell you that. And I can also tell you that it really looks like you depend on the word helper. Okay, that's a cool story. What are your thoughts on just getting blown the fuck out? All right, big dog. It's time for room 239. Or it's not 239. That's a different. Okay. Room 237. Anthropomorphic iceberg. That's like a talking iceberg. That doesn't sound like room 237, dog. Okay, I'm down for that. We didn't finish the last one, which is disappointing to me. It was on like subconscious stuff, subliminals. Yeah, maybe somebody sent subliminal messaging to you so you wouldn't finish it. Yeah, we didn't finish it though, and that's the key. The deeper you go, the more interesting the shit gets. Let's do it. Okay, but I don't know why you asked for a literal iceberg and just instead don't say, hey, please give me an iceberg ranking of topics with an explanation of each so you don't have to look each one up individually. Does that not make sense? Why don't you ask?
there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. It's interesting.
What? Do you,
There's
what?
this funny TikTok on like what the most dangerous water is, and then there's like this TikTok I just find so funny when the guy says uh, acid rain, thinking that it's the toughest water, and then it's like um, freezing water, thinking it's the toughest water, and then it like zooms in on this weird guy's expression, and he's like, aerated water is the most dangerous water. And there's like these pools of like aerated water in because it's like carbonated basically, it just sinks to the bottom of the ground. And I know that this is dangerous science. There's also these like really weird, I forget what they're called, but they're like man-made world basically, and I think they're near like I don't know if they're useful for different purposes, but they're like sketchy. And then there's also this other thing that um, I could find the name for, but I don't remember off the top of my head. That's hilariously sketchy looking. It looks like there's a tunnel to the center of the earth with like a bunch of circles that are basically like it goes starts out wide and then gets smaller like circles, but each circle going into a step. And then you just cut the middle, which is like 10 feet wide, is just a massive bowl of turtles on the center of the earth.
Like a Polaroid?
I can show you if you want to see.
Why don't you just answer the question that I asked?
Sorry, what exactly did you say?
Like a tor like a toroid, like the shape of a donut?
No, it's not that shape.
Okay, is it like a sphere with a with a hole in the middle?
A what with a hole in the middle?
Like a straw going down the middle?
I mean, it is like a donut, but it'd be like only the top of the donut and only like the fold of the donut, and then the rest of the donut isn't there, but the top of the donut is circular, and then there's like, imagine if you just took the circle, crunched it a little bit, and then pushed it down, and crunched it a bit, and then pushed it down, and like it creates steps from the top part of the donut into like the center. The center just like drops.
If
I
you
can show you the
okay, if you're looking for an iceberg, why don't you look at suppressed technology? Dog, it's the most amazing shit of all time. You're over here.
yeah.
Baby, I'm the Tsar Obama of suppressed technology. You know that, right?
Storm drain iceberg. Name some good iceberg.
Dude, suppressed tech. Dude, I just did. It's known as suppressed technology. And if you don't look it up right now, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm
Whatever the layer, whatever the iceberg layer below garbage is, not above garbage, and then like icebergs like that.
um.
I don't know.
What are you?
I don't know.
What are you even? What are you even referencing?
You know, there's like it's like the shark tail meme where it's like there's whale poop and then there's you're below whale poop. It's like your iceberg that you just announced
It's not even garbage. It's not even real food. It's the layer below whatever that is. So, I mean, if you said something interesting like radio waves or something specific, I'd be like, oh, cool. Rabbi wants to go down the radio waves iceberg
Doug, why wouldn't you look at suppressed technology? Doug,
absolute dinghies of a turd
Doug,
for us.
why wouldn't you look up some Doug, why wouldn't you look up suppressed technology?
I don't think that's a. Is that an iceberg? It seems like just like a you. That's just like a you thing.
Dude, you suck at
I
this.
mean,
You're terrible at this. You're one of the worst people I've ever known at developing. You don't even develop iceberg charts. You look at other people's iceberg charts. I make my own that are in
no,
bigger.
I've made I've made
Okay,
I
so
made my strange border incident. I made my I made so many I can't even count
Doug,
on my
you didn't even have good ones. All right, here
brain
we go.
infinite knowledge.
Here we go. Please give me in text a an iceberg chart on suppressed technology. Start with the top being like easy things like water powered cars and stuff, and the bottom be like super secret stuff.
If you're asking AI for iceberg charts, it's just gonna it'll give you a nice plot
Doug, how
but
about how
people on
about
Reddit
how
think
about
it's
you just
garbage.
how about you just be quiet and let me go through this?
Don't demote AI.
All right, tip of the iceberg: public and plausible. Water powered cars, cars running on hydrogen, ultra high mile per gallon engines, long lasting batteries being held back, solar panels more efficient than public versions, planned obsolescence in electronics, free energy rumors, Nikola Tesla suppression theories, anti gravity patents, secret military drones. Next, just below the surface, magnetic propulsion vehicles, suppressed cold fusion research, engines that run on compressed air, directed energy weapons, secret stealth aircraft, weather modification technology, earthquake triggering machines, mind reading interfaces, quantum computers beyond public knowledge, black budget aerospace projects. Next, deep water, classified tech territory, reverse engineered UFO technology, zero point energy extraction, artificial gravity systems, cloaking invisibility technology, silent supersonic aircraft, underground high-speed tunnel systems, advanced AI hidden from the public, nanobots for surveillance, satellite-based energy weapons, human enhancement experiments, abyss level, extremely speculative, time manipulation experiments, teleportation prototypes, consciousness transfer, remote viewing programs, psychic amplification machines, interdimensional communication devices, secret moon or Mars bases, biological age reversal hidden from society, simulation control technology, reality altering frequencies. The bottom, pure black projects. Faster than light spacecraft, portal generators, gravity cancellation chambers, engineered synthetic dimensions, programmable reality systems, human cloning armies, planet scale mind control grids, ancient lost super civilization technology, device capable of manipulating space time, breakaway civilization with technology centuries ahead, bonus layer, forbidden knowledge, hidden ancient energy systems, pyramid power theories, Atlantis technology, frequency healing machines, secret archives beneath governments, AI already achieving superintelligence, alien treaties with governments, consciousness as a physical force, dark matter, energy harvesting, civilization reset theories. What are your thoughts on that, son?
I'm sharing my screen.
That was not an answer.
You see my screen?
Just a
This is
moment.
what it's talking about.
Oh, like your actual screen. Doug, no way can tell it by that.
Well, let me play the video. It's a flagpole at the Lady Tower Reservoir.
Oh, I know what that is. Yeah, yeah, I know what that is.
imagine it falling down.
There have been people who have done that, and they've had their boats caught in it.
Seems like
There's one in, I
it's like
believe,
some what's called
there's one in Northern California called the Eye of California or something like that, and somebody died going in it. It's like a reservoir.
it's like some Blair Witch that type shit.
No, it's not. It's just a hole in the man-made hole that usually is for like a reservoir in case the water gets too high.
There's ancient power plants is what you're saying.
I'm saying that that's what that just said, but perhaps there are ancient batteries. There's the Baghdad battery that was working like thousands of years ago. What do you know about the
There's
Baghdad
pyramids.
battery, Doug? What do you know about the
There's
Baghdad battery?
pyramids.
That's what?
What do I know about the potato battery?
No, the
Or what's
Baghdad
it
battery.
called?
Quit with the potato theories. No one cares about those. It's called the Baghdad battery. You want to know everything about it? Yo, dog, please
No,
explain to
so
me the Baghdad battery.
no one has time to read AI
The
bullshit.
Baghdad battery is one of the
Just
most
read
famous
it.
ancient mystery technology objects ever found. It's a small clay jar discovered near Baghdad in the 1930s. Inside the jar were a copper cylinder, an iron rod, asphalt, bitumen sealing material. When modern researchers filled replicas with acidic liquid like vinegar or grape juice, the setup produced a tiny electric voltage, basically acting as a primitive battery. Why people think it's mysterious? The object dates somewhere around roughly 200 BCE to 250 CE. Estimates vary. That led to a huge question. Did ancient people discover electricity thousands of years before modern batteries? The idea exploded theories and lost civilization discussion. The main theory, ancient battery theory, most famous. People think it may have been used for electroplating jewelry with thin layers of gold or silver, religious rituals involving shocks, simple experiments with electricity. A recreated version can generate around zero point 0.5 to 1 volt. Then there's the scroll container theory. It's mainstream archaeology. Most archaeologists are skeptical it was a battery. They argue that it simply may have been a storage container, a holder to save scrolls, a ritual object. Important point. No wires were found, no electrical devices nearby, no clear evidence of electroplating workshops connected to it. So,
Alright, brain back on.
what'd you say? Yo, dog, if this isn't room 237, I'm throwing fists. This better fucking be room 237. If you're making me do all this work and this shit isn't room 237, I'm gonna be pissed. William Montgomery is a beast. This room 237. You're very proud of you. we'll watch a documentary.
What about you?
Dude, we'll watch a documentary.
Is it about Black Hole?
It's about Stanley Kubrick
It's about Stanley Kubrick. What movie?
for Room 237.
So it's about design.
Word, dog. It just started.
Just started.
Okay, well, that's very selfish of you. Why don't you watch this and we can talk about Black Holes after when I beat you at all the different games that you like to play.
I love it.
Okay, we'll watch it again, dog.